including this communication in an alternative format due to disability. Please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Anybody seen Arrington?
I haven't seen him all morning.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. I'm Rob Pitts. I chair the Board of Commissioners. Today is August 4th, 2021. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Vice Chair Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. For the record, Commissioner Ellis informed me that he will not be present today. He's attending his daughter's, I believe, graduation, college graduation.
So noted.
Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and your power on all those who are present. Bless now our leaders, give them your wisdom, your direction, your guidance. We pray peace over their families, continue to give them your strength, continue to bless them. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0537, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be removed from the consent agenda, and it will be brought back at a later meeting. On page 3, 21-0542, Human Resources Management. Requests approval to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the University of Georgia's Carl Vinson Institute to deliver a certified public management training program.
All right, any other items on the consent agenda? Any other items on the consent agenda? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended. All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 6, regular meeting agenda. 21-0556, adoption of the regular meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have items to be removed from today's regular meeting agenda. First item on page 7, a proclamation, 21-0558. A proclamation recognizing Reverend Dr. Herman Skip Mason Appreciation Day. On page 9, 21-0449, registration and election. Request approval to award a contract without competition to provide additional poll pads and accessories. This item will be brought back at a later meeting. On page 11, 21-0573, Public Works. Request approval of a contract to provide demolition construction services. And on page 14, 21-0586, Commissioner Arrington has requested to remove his discussion update of activities of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority.
All right, any other items on the agenda today? Commissioner Hausman has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about the item 21-0449
What page?
on page 9 that was removed. Will that, did you say come back at a later date, and why was that removed? I thought everything was urgent with regard to elections.
Commissioner Hausman, that item still reflects the source of funds as the grant that has expired. So there are a number of other election equipment-related items that may have to come back to the board as well. So our plan is to package them all together and bring them back, because we will require some additional soundings to be able to cover this item, as well as the additional items that were identified to the board previously.
So it has no connection to the audit that was just received yesterday that indicated missing equipment, missing knowing equipment that is not accounted for? This is not that same equipment?
No, ma'am, it's not related to that.
Thank you.
Any other corrections? Not corrections, but items? Any other discussion or comments?
Need a second?
All right, let's see, I have a motion to approve as amended by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0557, ratification of minutes, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, July 14th, 2021.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? None? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, 21-0558, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing Dr.
Okay. Commissioner Arrington wanted to be here to read, here, right on time. Okay, let's go.
First proclamation is recognizing Dr. Rashad Ritchie Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Arrington.
Where'd he go?
It is truly a pleasure to be able to present this proclamation today. The proclamation reads as follows. There he is. I have watched this young man progress and grow through the years, and just truly a pleasure to see his success. Proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Dr. Rashad Ritchie is a noted lecturer, university professor, broadcaster, writer, and entrepreneur who earned his Bachelor of Arts degree in Religious Studies, his Master's of Business Administration degree from Beulah Heights University, his PhD from Schofield Graduate School, his Doctor of Education degree from Clark Atlanta University, and completed studies in executive leadership from Cornell University. He is currently matriculating in law school toward his Juris Doctorate degree. And whereas Dr. Ritchie is an Emmy-nominated news commentator for CBS News Atlanta and is currently the host of the political and news television program Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, and has also been a frequent guest analyst on MSNBC, CNBC, BBC, and the Fox News Channel. And whereas Dr. Ritchie is an award-winning radio personality and was voted Best Talk Radio Personality in Atlanta by readers of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and named Most Trusted Voice in Atlanta by the Atlanta Business Journal for his weekly radio program, The Rashad Ritchie Morning Show on WAOK. And he is also a political commentator for the People Station, V103. And whereas Dr. Ritchie is a well-known social justice leader and national speaker who is actively involved in policy reformation and addressing the social ills of racial disparity, which led him to being honored with a Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award from the United States President Barack Obama. Dr. Ritchie was also named Media Personality of the Year by the Georgia Black Chamber, Top 40 Under 40 Most Influential People in Georgia by the Atlanta Business Chronicle, and one of Atlanta's most powerful leaders, according to Atlanta Magazine. And whereas Dr. Ritchie is a board member at Piedmont Hospital, Recovery Consultants of Atlanta, and Children's Rights, and he is a member of the Atlanta NAACP, the National Association of Black Journalists, the American Association of University Professors, and the Atlanta Press Club. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Dr. Rashad Ritchie for his outstanding career as a media personality in Atlanta and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 4th, 2021, today, as Dr. Rashad Ritchie Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's hear it for him.
So I'm a little emotional and thankful. Thank you to the chairman and to Commissioner Arrington for co-sponsoring this, to the entire commission for supporting it, and most of all to every single one of you who have been supportive of my broadcasting career and beyond. I'm from Glenwood Road. You understand? I was a foster kid back and forth, in and out of juvenile detention and more. My father kept me centered. That's my dad right there. Come on up here, Dad. Come on, man. This man taught me the value of humanity over money. This is the reason why I'm not corrupt today, because I learned a lesson from this man right here. To all of my partners and listeners and those that watch the television show, to my great partner in justice, Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk. We do a lot of work together in the community as well. To every single one of you, I just want to say I accept this proclamation on behalf of the community. This is not mine. I'm completely undeserving of it. This belongs to you. Thank you. Thank y'all so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Bishop Arthur F. Mosley Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall.
Come on up. Good morning. Do you have additional people with you? Do you have additional people with you? He's just my office person. Oh, if she wants to come, she can come up. My wife didn't make it. Oh, surgery. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. It is an honor to present this proclamation to Dr. Arthur F. Mosley. Pastor Mosley preached a good sermon Sunday, and it was just awesome. The message was amazing. So it is definitely an honor to see you here and present this to you. And the proclamation reads, whereas Dr. Arthur F. Mosley earned his Bachelor of Arts degree from California State University, his Master of Divinity degree from C.H. Mason Theological Seminary, where he also served as interim president, dean, and he earned his Doctor of Ministry degree from Knox Theological Seminary in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And whereas Dr. Mosley is the pastor of the Cathedral of Faith Church of God in Christ in Atlanta, Georgia, superintendent of the Light of the World District, and administrative assistant to Bishop J.E. Hogan, North Central Georgia jurisdiction. He also serves as the chairperson for Kojic World Missions for the ME Convention. And whereas Dr. Mosley is an adjunct professor at Georgia Piedmont Technical College, where he teaches humanities, world religion, and skills for college success. And he formerly served as the chaplain for the Fulton County Police Department and the Georgia Senate. And whereas Dr. Mosley has hosted conferences and workshops in Africa, Thailand, London, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Solomon Islands, and Barbados, he is married to evangelist Sheila M. Mosley, and he is the proud parent of 2 daughters, Amber and Amanda, and grandfather of one, Macy Elaine. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners congratulates Dr. Mosley on the occasion of his consecration to the office of Bishop of the Barbados First West Indies Jurisdiction of Church of God in Christ, and does hereby proclaim Sunday, July 25th, 2021 as Bishop Arthur F. Mosley Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, first for being in worship with us and participating in worship. Secondly, thank you for this great honor that you and the commission has bestowed upon me today. I want to thank you as a board, not only for honoring me, but also for serving our great county, serving our constituents. And I vow to continue to be in partnership with you by serving for the good of all humankind. God bless.
next proclamation is recognizing Latrice Ilse Wright Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall.
Come on, Amara. You know you can't sit there. This is your sister. All right. It's good to see you. Leatrice, I hate to see you go, but I know you're going to a much better place at the Apollo. So it is an honor to present this proclamation to you, and it reads, whereas Leatrice Elsie Wright is a seasoned arts leader, curator, producer, thinker, and fan of disruption, whose unique skill set has developed through having over 3 decades of experience in nonprofit management and development, broadcast, media relations, arts presenting, and technology. And whereas Leatrice has made an impressionable cultural imprint on the citizens of Fulton County through her visionary and innovative work, starting with her time at the Woodruff Arts Center, where she launched, managed, and curated the institution's programmatic initiative, Spirit and Splendor, a celebration of African American art and culture. And during her time at the National Black Arts Festival, serving as the organization's 5th artistic director. And whereas on May 31st, 2021, she completed her tenure as executive director for the Hammonds House Museum, a cultural organization created and supported by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners through the Fulton County Arts Council. And during her 4-year tenure, she served as the institution's 3rd executive director and was instrumental in continuing to revolutionize the cultural and community programming presented at the institution that attracted attendees from every corridor of the country and county and across the region, and nationally elevated Fulton County's commitment to art and culture and educating and celebrating the cultural contributions of artists from the African diaspora. And whereas Leatrice has been called to her next level of service as she moves on to her new role as Senior Director of Programming at the historic Apollo Theater, where she serves as a primary steward of the institution's artistic vision and helps shape the strategic program direction of one of our nation's most vital performing arts centers and one of the world's most recognized and celebrated artistic brands. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commend the endless contributions of Leatrice Wright to the art and culture in Fulton County community and wishes her well as she leaves the Big Peach for the Big Apple, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, July 14th, 2021 as Leatrice Elsie Wright Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Leatrice.
So, hello, everybody. Good morning. I want to, first of all, thank Commissioner Hall for this honor and for really recognizing me in this way, and as well as all the other commissioners. I have stood at this podium many times over the years requesting additional funding for the arts, and so, and for the institutions that I have had the opportunity and the great pleasure of serving. And so I accept this honor not only for me, but also for every arts administrator, artist, and all of those that are connected to the arts in Fulton County. You know, when we think about the arts, we think about it as something, as a dance, or as a picture on a wall, or, you know, a piece of music. But for so many people, it's so much more than that. And the arts, and I hope that many of you people in this room are impacted in a positive way by the arts, but it is something that really delves into our spirits and is transitional and transformational. And it's something that we can't do without. So whether it is the way that your mama cooks greens, or the way that you curl your hair, or the way that you walk down the street, all of it is creative and all of it is artistic, and it's really something that it permeates every part of our lives. And so I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for continuing to support the arts in Fulton County. I've been around long enough to know that this Board of Commissioners has been the largest funder of the arts in the state of Georgia. And we are very appreciative of that support, but we just hope that everyone continues to step up to the plate and continues to make sure that the music keeps going, that theaters keep telling our stories, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because the more the support is needed, and especially in times like this when people are hurting and they do find solace through the arts. And so we ask that the Board of Commissioners continues to fund the arts and to support artists as well as those, because it's also a big sector. There's so many people in this community that are employed by the arts. So it's not just us out here doing this work, and I'm about to, like you said, go to the Big Apple, where when they told me what my budget was just to do what I do, I was like, what? Really? That's how much you're gonna pay me? And how much I get to play with? So, and I really hope to see that same type of energy and effort drift down into other spaces, because it's such a important part of our lives. So thank you very much. And I also want to thank Imar Kennedy, who has been my brother, my friend, and my board chair. David Manuel, who is the new Director of Arts and Culture here at Fulton County, but we started out together at Woodruff Arts Center. And another little known fact is I see Jessica over here, because I actually did a stint in Fulton County's communications department at FGTV with Shania Chavis. When Shania came, she brought me along, because we started out in television again together years and eons ago. So Fulton County has really been a very deep part of my life. And so even though I'm heading to the Big Apple, I still am a citizen of Fulton County. I'm not moving. I'm staying in the county. So thank you, everybody.
Got to break into New York, New York.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The last proclamation is recognizing Jaylon Kendrick Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Good morning, will all the family of Jaylon Miguel Kendrick please join me and the other commissioners and our chairman. Some of you can come on this side. I'm good. All righty, are we, okay. First of all, I just want to say on a personal note, this gentleman is an unsung hero of the Mighty Sixth District, and I am so honored to be here with my colleagues and my chairman, just showing him an appreciation for what he's done to the community. He has done so much and touched so many lives in the Mighty Six, and we just want you to know that we appreciate you. Whereas Jaylon Miguel Kendrick was born on October 9th, 1992, and grew up in College Park, Georgia, and attended Joseph Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia, where he earned a spot on the coveted McDonald's All-American basketball team for high school boys. He also earned a spot on the Jordan Brand Classic roster at Madison Square Garden in New York City, and he was ranked the nation's 13th top high school player by ESPN. And whereas Jaylon Kendrick graduated from the University of Las Vegas, where he played for the Running Rebels men's basketball team and has since played professional with the Nevada Desert Dogs, the London Lightning, Ontario, Canada, Fraser Valley Bandits, British Columbia, Mighty Sports, Philippines, and Pineros de los Mochis. I don't know if I said that correct. I got it close enough. Northwestern Mexico. And upon joining the Fraser Valley Bandits in 2019, Jaylon led the team to a 5-game winning streak, breaking their 0-10 drought. And he then led the Mighty Sports Philippines to become the first Asian team to win the Dubai Invitational in its 31-year history, taking the Gold Cup and standing at a mere 6 feet 7 inches tall. Jelon Kendrick is an electrifying talent that can score at all 3 levels, and he continues to fine-tune his skills in preparation for his next opportunity after the COVID-19 pandemic. To the delight of his longtime friends in his hometown of Atlanta and abroad. Jelon currently hosts several youth basketball camps at Burdette Gym in the city of South Fulton, where he would often play as a child, and has personally sponsored several, and I do mean several, local student athletes to train at professional basketball camps where they can continue to grow in their skills. He remains a positive role model to the youth of Fulton County and represents the amazing talent that is within District 6. And what I'm going to add is he does not seek the spotlight. He does this from his heart. His family supports the community, and we appreciate him. So therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commend the outstanding career of Jelon Kendrick and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 4th, 2021 as Jelon Kendrick Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. I want you to say, I know you, I want you to say some words.
I would just like to say thank you to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you to my family. At a very young age, my dad showed me what giving back to the community meant, as well as my mom. I watched them sacrifice countless amount of dollars, countless amount of time, not only to support me and my brothers, but also to support everyone in the community. I wanted to continue that legacy as I continued to build, and the foundation that was laid by them made it very easy. From walking down the street in District 6 or College Park at the time, being 10 yards behind my brothers because I was 10 years younger than them, trying to figure out how to get on the basketball court, to being able to play in various different countries and to be a top-rated player and could still be able to continue my career. It's been nothing less than amazing, and I'm truly blessed to be in this position. I would like to continue to give back to this community because Fulton County and South Fulton means everything to me. I've traveled the world, and I feel like I've been one of the pillars to putting this on the map from a basketball standpoint, but also letting these kids know that basketball, like the lady before me said, is a form of art, and you can change the world with this art. You can do so many different things, and these young men, young women are continuously becoming great and achieving so many amazing things from our community, and I want to continue to be a pillar and an important piece into bringing some youth and some different perspective and a different vision for these kids, because I'm still a kid in a way. So I just appreciate this community. I appreciate the Board of Commissioners. I appreciate this proclamation, and I want to continue to inspire. I want to continue to do camps. I want to continue to create opportunities for these kids and the youth to do amazing things and to understand that it don't matter where you come from, that you can achieve greatness and beyond greatness. And District 6 stands to be one of the greatest counties and places that I've been in the entire world, and I want to continue to create opportunities for the youth as it did for me. So thank you guys so much.
Get a picture with you and your family. Is everybody in? Can you tighten up a little bit? I'm so proud of you.
I'm so thankful.
And our vice chair, Natalie Hall behind us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Continuing on page 7, public hearings. 2-1.
What's your point of purpose?
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner.
Number one, I would like to start out by offering an apology to Commissioner Morris. At the last meeting, I called him a racist. I do not believe Commissioner Morris is a racist. In fact, I know that he is not racist. However, his policy, I believe, was discriminatory. And discrimination, either by accident or on purpose, is still discrimination. But I should have attacked his policy and not him. And so, Commissioner Morris, I offer you my true and deep apologies for the personal attack on you. I think that you could tell by most of my words at that meeting that I was really attacking the policy and not you, but I wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Secondly, I guess I have to do the other one later.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Morris, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Marvin, my friend. As I said to you in an email, your dad called me after that, and that was really, really special. He and I go back, as you know, a long, long way, and that was a very warm verbal reunion. I appreciate the apology. One of your attributes is your passion, and that's your passion is to be admired. And I know that I'm looking forward to working collaboratively on things, because you and I agree on most things. And when we disagree, looking forward to disagreeing agreeably. But thank you. I accept your apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And if I can also, Mr. Chair, would like to just take a moment for Richard English Jr., who was the longest serving and first and only black commissioner in Troup County, who passed on yesterday. And so I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge him and his service to the state of Georgia.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Thank you, Commissioner Morris. Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 7, public hearings. 21-0559, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 6 speaker cards. Will all 6 speakers please come down? Dr. Janice Johnston, Missionary Gussie Ann Breedlove, Maggie Goldman, Imara Kennedy, Bridget Thorne, and Susan Ross.
And speakers, when you have 15 seconds left of your 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that's your key to sum up. Thank you. First speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Janice Johnston. I'm a Fulton County resident who's very concerned about the conduct of Fulton County elections. I'm still unhappy about your decision to contract with Happy Faces to run our elections this November. Since the Fulton County Board of Commissioners controls the hiring and firing and funding of Fulton elections, I must conclude that you are responsible for and should be held accountable for how our elections are conducted. Is there any one of you who can positively state who falsified the tally sheets in the last November election audit? Was it a Happy Faces employees or was it Fulton County employees? And let's talk about money. Now, there's a question of the county charging Fulton cities exorbitant amounts of money to conduct the November elections, which typically have about a 10% turnout. What's going on? Who is minding the taxpayers' and electors' money? And why are we being asked to buy $400,000 worth of voting pads this year? And I just heard a report of missing equipment. This is a 10% turnout election. I ask you to be good stewards of Fulton taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm just here. My name is Missionary Minister Gussie, and breed love, and Commissioner, to all of you, all is greeting to you. I have prayed for many of you to take your positions as officers here in Atlanta, and I'm still praying for you. We must love and repent and do the right thing, people. I was here the last time to talk about the ICS monies, but I'm not going to talk about it a lot today because I know in you all hearts, you got good hearts. You're loving people, caring people, because as a 39-year missionary, traveled the land, if you was on the farm with me, on the mule and the wagon, you will understand that love means a lot. And as a midwife, as servants of Fulton County, we are here to do the right thing. And I'm here to talk about the recapture of people's properties. Because my sons have property here. I'm an old lady. And I gave my family my land. But there's problems going on with people just picking up people's properties, and the older people are sad about it. And we talk about it in our meetings when we have our senior meetings. It's time to recapture people's property and give it back to them where they can have it for their children and children. Now, I know hearts are here to do the right thing. I'll be praying for you all as I travel the land on my missionary trips. I was supposed to left this morning, but I had to come here before I left. So I'm here to pray for you and to tell you to do the right thing, please. My blessing is with you. And Commissioner Pitts, you know I have prayed for you many times, you and your wife.
15 seconds.
And I will continue to do that for all of you. God bless you.
My name is Maggie Goldman, and I'm a resident in Johns Creek, District 1. I support the efforts of Travis Moya and his legal representation to file a civil lawsuit against the Alpharetta Police Department in requesting the Fulton County DA dismiss Moya's charges and open an independent investigation into the actions of the officers involved. The Alpharetta Opens Records Division was quick to deliver the relevant body cam video of the canine handler, 911 call, police report, use of force report, and policies regarding when to use a canine bite use of force. After reviewing these materials, I agree with the reporting that this was a mental health call in which the officers arrived on the scene before the ambulance and the situation escalated unnecessarily. I support the request to have the felony charge dismissed, as there was nothing I heard on the 911 call, saw in the body cam video, or in the reports that indicate any crime was committed to warrant an arrest in the first place. I'm not an investigator, and I will eagerly await Alpharetta's review of the use of force, but I am encouraging the Fulton DA to perform her own investigation. A layman's reading of the K9 use of force policies do not line up with any of the actions I saw on the video. We need to ask if these exact same actions would have occurred if the victim was white. Last week, one of the attorneys representing Moyer, Gerald Griggs, said, "We are here again for a situation we should not have to witness in 2021. Unfortunately, he is right. We like to say, this isn't us, meaning we don't support actions that threaten the lives of our Black residents at the hands of police officers. But apparently it is us. And we need to create policies and a community environment that makes it unfavorable to perform these acts. Until serious consequences are enacted, I fear events like this will keep occurring. Our residents deserve to live in communities where they won't be treated differently because of the color of their skin."
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Board of Commissioners. It's good to be with you this morning. My name is Imara Kennedy, and I am a proud citizen of D5, as we like to say. I come to you this morning simply just to say thank you. What you did on July 14th spoke volumes, not only to the people of Fulton County, but to the people across the Southeast region. When you elevated once again the impact and support of art and culture, you spoke to the very spirit and the very essence of why so many not only have chosen to live and dwell in Fulton County, but that moved to this county from the furthest corridor to the north to the furthest corridor to the south and everywhere in between. Because we are a community that appreciates art and culture and what it does for our quality of life. And though we know that the impact and contributions of art and culture transcends beyond the walls and halls of the 100+ organization that Fulton County funds, what we do know is, Commissioner Hausman, that you said the artists and the lives of your district matters for those families and children that enjoy classes at Johns Creek Art Center. Commissioner Morris, you said that the artists and the lives of the families and the thousands of millions that attend visual arts programming, performing arts programming, and symphonic arts at the Woodruff Art Center matters. Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Arrington, you said that the lives and the artists and the impact of art and culture matters for those that attend Hammond's House Museum, NBAF, the 25,000 plus folks that came out for Wednesday Wine Down in East Point. And what we know is that the arts heal and they bring community together. So we just simply say thank you for what you did on July 14th, and thank you for what you will continue to do throughout this year and as we move into 2022 to elevate not only art and culture, but continue to remember the ripple effect and impact of what art and culture does for this community. Thank you again, and God bless.
Hello, I'm Bridget Thorne. I guess you've had technical difficulties the past couple times I speak, so I guess I'll be heard this time. Last meeting, you passed a $7.7 million contract for Happy Faces Temp Agency to basically run our elections. You passed this contract despite fact Stacey Abrams is financially tied to Happy Faces from the Secretary of State's UCC search, which was presented. Anyone who says it is not a fact is spreading misinformation. Why didn't Happy Faces owner Michael Harrison appear before this board to defend his company? Fact. There is evidence that Happy Faces employees double-scanned ballots. You're also presented with tally sheets that were incorrectly filled out. Who filled these out? Unredact the names. Fact, the Secretary of State auditor said Fulton County elections should not rely on temp agencies. They are untrained, they are sloppy, and they don't care. His report showed glaring incompetence. Despite these facts, 4 of you passed this contract. These are facts, and if you're going to argue against this, I implore you to use facts. I know the truth hurts, but when you are hurt, please don't lash out with name-calling. Don't call anyone against this contract a Trumpican. Don't judge their motives and say that the only reason they're against Happy Faces is because it's a minority-owned company. Don't judge their heart and call them a Jim Crow racist. You don't know me. And Commissioner Arrington, you messed up my comment here, but that was very bold of you to give that apology to Lee Morris. That is just a prime, great example of how you guys should treat each other. You aren't going to agree.
15 seconds.
But this board needs to be civil and respectful to everyone. I am a caring citizen. I am a compassionate citizen. I am fighting for election integrity. Election integrity is a nonpartisan issue. What are you fighting for? The opposite of integrity? I don't know. Thank you, and peace and blessings.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Susan Ross, and I'm a proud resident of District 6. I wanted to to say good morning to all of the commissioners. I've known many of you all over my career as a public servant with the City of Atlanta. I am here as an artist, as a former arts administrator, and as a board member of several arts organizations to commend Fulton County for the generous support of the arts that was passed in the last budget, and to thank you for recognizing the stellar work of Leatrice L.Z. Wright in the arts in Fulton County over the past 20 years. She has, her work with the NBAF and with the Hammonds House Museum has tremendously impacted the lives of Fulton County residents in many positive ways, bringing us arts experiences and arts education that we would not have had otherwise. I also want to commend the appointment of David Manuel to the Fulton County Arts Council. I've known David as an arts administrator for many years, and I am very pleased to see him in this new capacity. And finally, I do want to commend the county for how you run the elections. Contrary to the previous public speakers, I am extremely supportive of your actions. I have seen a vast improvement. I have voted in Fulton County all my life, and am pleased to see what is going on now. So I thank you for all of your support and all of these things. Bye-bye.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the next speakers will be virtual.
Commissioners, we have 4 who wish to speak. The first is Vincent Ford.
Good morning. I was disappointed a few weeks ago when I heard the comments that played the race card on the Development Authority of Fulton County issue. I was disappointed because the fact is that the African American community suffers more than any other part of the community from the Fulton County Development Authority's actions. Over the last 2.5 years, they've given away $100 million of tax breaks to wealthy white corporations, and for projects that would have happened anyway. This amounts to corporate welfare to these white wealthy developers. In addition, African American taxpayers have to pay a disproportionate amount of taxes to compensate for these tax giveaways. And it is African American children who suffer most when the Atlanta Public School has to fork over millions of dollars of tax breaks. 70% of the tax breaks that the Fulton County Development Authority gives, 70% of those tax breaks come from the city of Atlanta, and 26 from South Fulton, and only 4% from predominantly white North Fulton. But we should focus on the things that need to happen to reform the Fulton Atlanta Development Authority. First, Chairman Pitts, we implore you to appoint someone new to the board of the Fulton County Development Authority, someone who's a reformer, someone who's not been involved in the scandals of the authority up to this point. And then finally, I think the commission should support efforts at the state capitol to dismantle the Fulton County Development Authority altogether. So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
Next person is Oluke Nunn.
Good morning. My name is Faluke Nunn, and I live in East Point in District 5. So it is now publicly known that the Development Authority is sitting on a $7.5 million bank balance, which honestly is a pretty ridiculous amount for a four-person agency that does nothing but give away tax breaks to developers. If you leave the same people in control of the development authority, they'll spend the money on themselves, just like they quietly did for years until concerned citizens brought this corruption to light. In fact, in the last commission meeting, Commissioner Hausman told them to go spend that $7.5 million on business trips. I work for a housing justice organization, and since the federal eviction moratorium expired last weekend, we are on the edge of an eviction crisis. That money that the development authority is sitting on could help some of the desperate families who are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. It's outrageous that this commission doesn't seem to care enough about helping its constituents who are housing insecure, most of whom are Black. That is the real racism. Commissioner Pitts, if you appoint a reformer to the Development Authority Board, there is a chance of shaking loose that money to do some good. Will you show some empathy for the victims of the eviction crisis, or do you think fancy business trips are a good way to spend $7.5 million? Thank you.
The next is Adrian Coleman.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Adrienne Coleman. I live in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling today for comments on the legislation 21-0577. It is a memorandum of understanding between Fulton County and Cobb County to house temporarily 500 inmates. According to the legislation, it is proposed for 6 months. My concern is that moving inmates out of Fulton County to Cobb disadvantages communities in terms of visitation and being able to connect with the inmates or any family member or loved one that is housed in Fulton County. I'm also concerned that Fulton County has not addressed the long-term implications of jail overcrowding. I haven't seen any legislation come before the commission that talks about what are we going to do long-term. To me, it reflects negatively on the commission that we've allowed the jail to become overcrowded over these many years, and these short-term solutions are not going to fix the ultimate problem. Also, with all due respect to Cobb County, we hired a sheriff and we voted for a sheriff and commissioners in Fulton County, not for our residents to be shipped off to Cobb County, where there's a different mindset, different culture, and I'm concerned about the safety of the inmates in their jail. First of all, these are inmates, people who have not had their day before a judge. They have not been convicted of a crime. So I would urge you today to, as you look at the short-term solution, I would ask you to also look at the long-term strategy. And I'm deeply concerned that you could address what this do for people who don't have
15 seconds.
Travel to Cobb County to keep that connection to their loved ones who are currently incarcerated. Thank you so much.
Next is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and special greetings to you citizens and voters of Fulton County who have tuned into your county government in action. Ben Howard, senior advocate, public policy analyst. By passing ordinance 21-0449 on whatever date, we can continue enhancing our voting processes and procedures. Ordinance 21-0572 helps senior citizens bridge the technological divide and also should be passed. Regarding the resolution accompanying Ordinance 21-0578, the opening reminder that public comment is not mandated by the Georgia Open Meetings Act is condescending and unnecessary. Regarding page 4, line 2 of the resolution, by making in-person comments first to be aired and email comments second to be aired within that initial 30-minute time frame, there is a disparate impact upon county residents making comments from the North Fulton and South Fulton service centers. Whenever a meeting lasts longer than 5 p.m., citizens at those service centers will have waited 7 intensive hours in vain as those service centers facilities are being vacated and locked. Oh, how I yearn for that day when public comment will not be considered a public nuisance.
That concludes our virtual.
Next comments will be the email comments. Mr. Carver?
People that we have a total of 3 people that emailed comments to us. The first of these comments is from Donna Lawson. God morning, elected, selected, and rejected Fulton County leaders and engaged supportive listeners. Gail Hunter Holloman, the executive director of the library, will not respond to the question presented of can facility maintenance be defined as sanitizing the branch? Believe it or not, the pandemic is ruling and causing our community to operate out of fear, indecisiveness, and chaos. The East Point location has been closed a reported 6 times since reopening on June 1st. Were any of those closures caused by pandemic concerns? We should know why. Think safety first matters. Are Fulton County employees paid when they don't work because of unexpected shutdowns? Northwest Library at Scotts Crossing was closed Saturday. For what? Are there employees from that site out of work due to the virus? Why are we made to do an open records request on library questions that staff should respond to? Vicki Legess, interim manager of the East Point location and decades-long employee of the library system, is simply not a good fit for East Point, especially when she refuses to answer simple questions. For example, who is the president of the Friends Group? Ms. Holloman should not and could not answer the basic inquiry because of the branch manager's failure to communicate with her as the executive director. These are the kinds of trivial issues that are symptomatic of bigger library administration support and subordinate relationship matters, better defined as micromanaging. People make decisions from what they are told by library staff, and the library staff appears ignorant and suspect when they cannot answer the questions. The system of hope with humane servicing has crashed and is burning when the code of conduct cannot be adhered to by the employees. Commissioner Hall, I do believe that you might know if any Northwest staff members are not working because of a COVID-19 diagnosis. It has been implied that Northwest is under your purview. It has not been confirmed by your staff at the time of this submission. Taryn Gillum, of the alleged group manager for that site, should be able to assist you with that data. Be warned that she is not known to be a team player, though her title alone expresses that she's skilled, but her writing begs for interpretation and/or clarity on assigned duties. The next public comment is from Sheila Hamilton. Greetings, commissioners. Having several concerns today, I'll start with the voting issue. Citizens, there was no voter fraud. Let it go, let it go. About the millions sitting for rental and utility assistance, commissioners, please check out what Michael Thurman, CEO of DeKalb County, is doing. He's gotten a judge to grant a 60-day rental moratorium extension, proposing paying landlords 1 year back rent and 3-month rent moving forward. Last, the Fulton County Jail. Why is $7 million proposed to be paid to the Cobb County Jail to house 500 inmates for up to 26 months? A new jail is proposed, but first, let's remove the Securus fees contract, and we have better food for all inmates, not just trustees and employees. Final public comment is from Karen Dubin. The IGA with Fulton Board of Elections for this year will cost Milton a flat rate in the amount of $84,671, which Milton and all the other cities pay this fee up front. Previously, provisions for reimbursement were based on actual costs to conduct the election. Was the reason Fulton County Board of Elections is no longer reimbursing the cities after the election? How come the other cities in Fulton County have not been questioned and resisted this year's IGA, given there is no provision to reimburse the city after election for costs? How is Fulton County Board of Elections justifying the flat rate when the cost to conduct the November 2021 election is basically the same as the election in 2019? Milton's municipal elections usually have low voter turnout, about an estimated 3,000 voters. If the city of Milton agrees to this IGA, the city will be paying the Fulton County Board of Commissioners 2 times the cost of the 2019 municipal election. Those are all the emailed comments.
No further speakers.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 8, zoning, use permits, and zoning modification applications, 21-0560, 2021Z002, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
This is a rezoning request from C2 commercial to C2 commercial for the property at the corner of Fulton Industrial Boulevard and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive to develop a new 5,200 square foot retail building with a 4,000 square foot new retail convenience store as well as a restaurant of approximately 1,200 square feet. The staff recommends approval conditional of the rezoning. The applicant is also requesting to reduce the landscape strips along, the 10-foot landscape strips along Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and the 15-foot landscape strip along Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Given the fact that the applicant proposes to keep the underground gas tanks as well as the fuel dispensers, a portion of those are located within the landscape strips or the required landscape strip areas. Staff recommendations call for removing all of the pavement within those landscape strip areas and additional landscaping be provided. Additionally, staff is recommending that the applicant work with the Department of Transportation to get approval of additional landscaping within Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard Drive and also within Fulton Industrial Boulevard. With that, we recommend approval of the variances with such removal of all pavement that's except those areas that I mentioned previously and for maximizing the landscaping along both of those roadways.
All right, the recommendation. What? It's not a public hearing, is it? It is a public hearing, excuse me. All right, anyone from the public here to speak to this issue? Anyone from the public here to speak to this issue? Come on down, please.
Good morning, commissioners and everybody here. My name is Aftab Alam. I'm the applicant for Good Rich Petroleum Inc., what just Ms. Parker explained, and I'm here to answer any questions you guys may have.
So the recommendation is to approve with conditions. You accept those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions? Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, I'm trying to understand why this is before us. I thought we only had the airport in
It's
Fulton
probably,
County.
I think it's in the works. I'll let Ms. Parker, you want to explain?
This area is actually north of I-20, and all of that area that's unincorporated north of I-20, the county still has. In fact, there's going to be a rezoning before the next board meeting as well.
That is not accurate, ma'am. The city of Atlanta has got the land north of I-20.
Right.
The city of South Fulton got the land south of I-20. And the only thing that the county retained was the airport property.
So, Commissioner Arrington, the legislation that incorporated the area north of I-20, which was presumed to be the city of Atlanta, that did not go forward. So the only thing that went forward and was completed was for the annexation of the area south of I-20, all the way down. So we still have one unresolved, I call it a cheese slice, north of I-20 that we still have responsibility for.
Okay, thank you.
And you accept the condition? Again?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions? All right, the motion, not the motion, but the staff recommendation is approved conditionally. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Yeah. Commissioner Hausman?
I just wanted to say to Ms. Parker, good to see you again and welcome back to Fulton County. It's been a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
21-0561, 2021 BZ 0002, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, State Route 139.
All right. Any questions? A motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Any questions? All right, cast your vote, please.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0562, 2021 VZ-0003, Industrial Boulevard, Fulton Industrial Boulevard, State Route 70.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, a second by Vice Chair Hall. Is that correct? All right. Questions or comments? If not, cast your vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continue.
Bottom of page 8, County Manager's items, under Open and Responsible Government, 21-0563, Presentation of COVID-19 Operational Response Update.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We understand that there's some hard stops today, so we're going to try to step through this presentation quickly, finishing by noon, and certainly allowing for questions. First of all, as you know from the discussion with the mayors, the Delta variant is having an impact on all of our plans as well as citizens, obviously, and our employees. We want to talk today about those trends and specifically some recommendations to keep our employees safe and operate as a safety-first mindset as we have from the outset. You'll see in the trends some very troubling increases and percent increases, 335% on cases, 500% on positivity rate, as well as having close to 300 people in the hospital, so it's definitely in a new phase. We're hyper-focused on vaccinations, as we discussed earlier this week, using mass media, social billboards, and radio, creating over 30 million impressions with our citizens with our Vax Up campaign. And I think you saw this week a billboard on the downtown connector. We're also planning a major concert series outside, of course, hopefully keeping everyone safe, but to encourage vaccination as well at Wolf Creek Amphitheater. With vaccinations, as you'll see, at 53% with one shot and 47% with two, we have plenty of work to do. The most sense of urgency we can demonstrate, I think, is through our mobile sites, where we visit over 40 sites a week with 10 units. We also have pop-up teams that are deployed by the Board of Health, all of which I think is having the desired effect in that 80% or so of the folks receiving vaccinations from our mobile sites are people of color. So clearly we're, I think, hitting the right note. But we need to do much more, and as encouraged this week, think even further outside the box to get scale in that effort. We also announced the opening of ERAP 2, which we were very proud to do on Monday. We're leading all metro counties, as reported by the AJC, in terms of distribution of funds, and we believe that we will distribute all of our funds in the next 60 to 90 days, which will be very consistent now with the extended moratorium on evictions. So again, we'll present briefly on that today. The recommendations that we're going to make are simple. One is to require masks in all Fulton County buildings, again, consistent with the CDC guidance. Number two is to require employees to either vaccinate or weekly test and present proof of one or the other. And then from an operational perspective, to stay essentially in status quo mode at our libraries and senior centers. So not closing anything, but definitely taking a more cautious approach. And I hope that this will be seen both consistent with our employees in terms of our actions previously, but also in the spirit of safety first. As well, of course, our most significant operational program is the court backlog reduction project. It is underway with the approval that you gave us, the $75 million in funding. Hiring has begun. Also, much of the work in terms of identifying courtrooms, technology needs, and a lot of the logistics that will be necessary will be, is underway now. It will be fully completed by 10/1. We are going to summarize additional needs that are being brought forward, some of which were discussed by the sheriff and DA representatives in the last meeting, but we have collected other information for additional needs in other areas and anticipate bringing a mid-year budget review back to you in the next meeting where you can see holistically all of the requests as well as all the potential sources of funds. As we start this presentation and walk through, just remember one of the things that we've said from the outset is we would operate in an act and adjust mode. I think this is the penultimate, perhaps, acting and adjusting given all these different impacts, but with a, I think, conservative financial and compliance approach, as well as the ability to out-execute any local government. I think we'll have good results for our citizens and employees. So again, I'll try to keep everybody on schedule. Matt, it's up to you to really step through this part quickly because sometimes we get a little bit bogged down on all these statistics, and the commissioners have seen some of these before. So as quickly as possible, let's get through this piece. Dr. Paxton, I believe, is here today, so I want to give you an opportunity to ask her some direct questions.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Matthew Calmer, Emergency Management. Like the county manager said, regretfully, we showed you all Monday with the mayors. We're going to actually go into a little greater detail today, but the numbers are not really something that we're very proud to go ahead and show. You'll see in some of the categories numbers that we haven't seen since January of this year, as well as a 500% increase in some categories as well. What we'd like to say is the 7-day average for cases percent positives, as well as hospitalizations are up. As you'll see that on our scorecard, 3 of these 4 major indicators are actually yellow or red, and that is actually what is contributing to the chief operating officer and the county manager's decisions regarding masking and other return to work policies. Since July 1st, 99% of all COVID hospital admissions, as well as fatalities or deaths, have been due to unvaccinated individuals. I believe last BOC meeting I put that forth to you all and to the public to make sure they understand. Regretfully, we're still seeing those values as well. And we're still showing about 85% of the new COVID infections are in areas and census tract areas with the lowest vaccination efforts. Lowest vaccination uptake, not efforts. Uptake is actually occurring. Mr. Schuster, if you could go ahead and run us through quickly some of the statistics.
Next slide. Just wanted to show you visually what it looked like during the last BOC meeting. On the left-hand side, you can see Georgia and the United States. And that was really the beginning of the latest surge that we're seeing in just a very short time, 3 weeks. You can see, especially what the southeastern United States look like and Georgia. You can see that this spread has started in rural communities, but is quickly moving to some urban areas. Next slide. Every month I like to show you the month totals for cases and deaths. Very great news that there were only 20 deaths for the month of July. It's our second lowest ever since the beginning of the pandemic. But as you all well know, deaths are a lagging indicator. So as cases go up, we would assume that the deaths would go up in August. So that's why the case rise is so troubling. Next slide. So I know we throw a lot of numbers at you, and there's a lot of numbers on this slide, but last night was pretty devastating and changed some of these numbers even more. So I'll start at the top. The 7-day average for cases went up in 1 day, a 7-day average from 191 to 254, which represents a 445% increase since the last BOC. This is because there were 640 new cases in Fulton County diagnosed yesterday, and that's the largest number since January 15th. The 7-day average for percent positives, remember 10%, over 10% is considered out of control. It's gone up to 13.7 overnight and 504% since the last BOC. 7-day average for hospitalizations went up from 290 to 311 overnight, which is 478%. And we had 55 additional admissions for COVID in 1 day. That's our largest 1-day total in the history of the pandemic. Average for deaths has remained the same for about the last month, but like I said, it is a lagging indicator. Next slide. Quickly looking at the scorecard, just 3 weeks ago, all of our status was green. We will be red in cases and hospitalizations on this current track in the next 2 or 3 days. So all indicators will be in the red that we really pay attention to. And so won't go into any more detail on this slide. Next slide. Matt.
So I want to make sure that everyone knows how we've been doing the vaccination response thus far. So we've reached 500,015 vaccines have been administered. Over 36,000 doses have been administered through our mobile program. We still have 10 mobile units that are going out to 35 unique locations this week, and the 6 fixed sites that you see on there are still operational. The one thing we like to highlight is that the 5710 Stonewall Tell Road, our southern vaccination location, we're actually extending the hours to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday. So once again, the 5710 Stonewall Tell Road location in South Fulton has hours that go from our normal operating hours at 10 in the morning to 8 p.m. at night, Tuesday through Saturday, so people can take advantage of that as well. The Board of Health has 3 roving strike teams that are actually working the downtown corridor, has been doing some incredible targeting with that, as well as answering people's questions in the community and dealing with any hesitancy as well. And we have seen great progress with that particular group. As you all know, the CDC has issued a mask guidance update for communities of significant communicability. Fulton County is definitely considered one of those, and you did see the statistical data that goes ahead and proves to that effect. We're also seeing a very large number of our hospital partners that are experiencing staffing issues, and we're working with them to address that as best as we can.
Next slide. Just quickly show you that we're at 515,000 vaccines delivered by the Board of Health Fulton County auspices. Since the last meeting, we did cross the 100,000 boundary at 4700 North Point. Great interview if you had a chance to see it, but the person, actually the Delta variant was the main reason that person got vaccinated. Next slide. I'm gonna let Dr. Paxton talk to you all about the Delta variant.
Thanks, Doug. Well, what I can tell you is that we've seen an unprecedented surge in terms of the speed with which the Delta variant has taken over. Back in May, we essentially had like 1.1% of our cases were the Delta variant. It's now up to over 80%. And that has happened, the huge surge has really happened in the last couple of weeks. And so what I wanted to just highlight here is to get some numbers, because people ask about these all the time, about what is like the actual risk to somebody who is vaccinated versus someone who is not vaccinated. And so in Georgia, as you'll see here, and again, don't look at the proportion of this, because clearly these circles are not representative of actual proportionality. But of the over 4 million people are fully vaccinated. But out of all those, we've only had about a little under 5,000 who've tested positive, 118 hospitalized, and 24 have died. So if you look on the left side, you'll see that the percent who tested positive is only 0.12%. The hospitalization is 0.002853%, and the death rate is even lower, 0.00058%. So basically, what this is saying is that we are seeing breakthrough cases, but they are very, very rare. And so this latest COVID surge, in which we have just been talking to you about, is really, again, an epidemic of the unvaccinated. And if you kind of want to get a flavor for what it's like for us over at DPH, I just happened to print out this email from Dr. Khan, our epidemiologist from yesterday, in which he said, with 639 new cases reported overnight and a 10.9% positivity rate, it is no longer a slow train wreck, the way Dr. Paxton characterized it last week. It's a jumbo jet crash. Look at the graph on page 2, literally busting the chart. May I have the next slide, please? So this just shows sort of the spread of the Delta variant in the United States right now. Overall, it's estimated that it counts about 85% of new cases nationwide, and at least 80% in Georgia. So basically, if anyone comes in and is diagnosed with COVID right now, you can pretty much assume that they have the Delta variant. We know the Delta variant is more virulent. At least, somewhere in the order of like 5 to 10 times more than the alpha strain, which was the beginning strain. But even conservative estimates are that it's at least 2 to 3 times more transmissible. The symptoms that people have are generally the same, which is good. The early data, and again, I want to emphasize that we are gathering data on this now, but it does suggest that besides being more transmissible, the Delta variant is also more associated with greater morbidity, a slightly higher hospitalization rate than the alpha strain. Luckily, so far, currently the death rate appears to be about similar, and we cannot emphasize this enough. The best defense for this is still the vaccines. May I have the next slide, please? So, this is just an illustration. This is from the CDC report about how does the Delta variant compare to other common diseases or even less common but more famous diseases. And if you see here, the blue box, the pink box represents what we'll call the ancestral or alpha strain of COVID, the one we were dealing with up until now. The blue box is Delta. And you can see here that they have ranked it against other diseases that we see. And the Delta variant is more transmissible than MERS, than SARS, than Ebola, than the common cold, than the seasonal flu, the Spanish flu, or smallpox. Now granted, thankfully, those other diseases are more lethal, but this Delta variant is more transmissible, and the Delta variant is about as transmissible as chickenpox. May I have the next slide? So again, this is just another way of showing it. For those of you who are graphically inclined, such as I am, it just shows the communicability. Like with the ancestral side, from that first point over on the left, it shows it's spreading to like about 8 people over a period of time. From one person with the Delta variant, you can see the spread is just so much faster. Okay, next slide, please. So, did you want me to talk about this, or do you want about the vaccine?
I'll take it.
Why don't you take it? Sure.
I'll finish up quickly. We always show you the state dashboard. At least one dose goes up about a percentage point about every 10 days based on the current uptake of vaccines. I just want to bring out that the state dashboard, just want to remind you all, is against the total population of the county, not those eligible for vaccine. So we're a little better when you talk about those eligible at 64% for one dose and 58% for fully vaccinated. Those numbers are taken from the CDC and the New York Times article. So we're a little bit better, but still to get to any kind of herd immunity, we're not as close as we need to be. Next slide. Lastly, we want to talk a little bit about our mobile efforts. What you see in the green is census tract data, which shows the percentage in color of green there of people vaccinated. The darker colors are the lowest vaccinated communities in Fulton County. And as you can see, the yellow dots are our mobile solutions that are actually out either in or next to those communities where we can ensure that we're reaching the right populations. And as Mr. Anderson alluded to, we are reaching approximately every week now, right around 80 to 85% people of color, but also we're reaching a demographic of the younger generation, really 15 to 35. That is our lowest vaccinated. We're doing about 80% of those vaccinations to that group also. So our mobile solutions are working. We just wish the numbers were higher, and we're going to continue to try and get better at that. Next slide. These, I'm not going to spend any time on this, but it is in your packet. These are our locations for the week. And next slide, please.
I'd like to bring Dr. Paxton back up to the microphone. She has 2 other things to be able to go ahead and speak about. We had a successful operation with Fulton County Public Schools. Last week, Saturday, Atlanta Public Schools is what we're looking at for next week for 38 schools, as well as the second visit to go back and offer that vaccination as well to their faculty, staff, and students. As you'll see, the second from the bottom bullet point, 121 individuals were vaccinated through the Fulton County effort. And the last 2 things I'd just like to go ahead and showcase is, one, we've actually worked with the city of Atlanta to identify 62 major construction sites. It came by a happen chance when we did a vaccination effort for an Atlanta United game. There is construction going on over at the Hard Rock Hotel, and those employees came down at the end of the work shift and took advantage of the mobile vaccination unit we had there. So that sparked our interest. We looked into it, and we found 62 major construction sites. We're reaching out to those individuals to see if we can be a mobile unit to them, either the beginning or the end of their workday, to be able to go again and vaccinate those individuals as well. And we'll be at the Falcons practice at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this Saturday, also offering vaccinations as well for that community. Dr. Paxson?
Yes, and I just wanted to just let you know of some things that just recently happened. You might be aware that the Department of Public Health had released an administrative order related to the schools on Monday. And I'm prepared to talk about if you have any particular questions about that. But that is let me just state that the goal of this is to keep children in school for face-to-face learning as much as possible. So I can talk about that later if you ask. We have been seeing an increasing number of outbreaks of COVID. Just on Monday, we had to deal with 2 outbreaks in various shelters around here. So we had to divert our strike teams that had been doing vaccinations to deal with the shelter outbreaks. And of note is that just yesterday, I believe it was, the FDA approved the use of monoclonal antibodies as post-exposure prophylaxis for people who have been exposed. And so we we're working currently right now with Grady and I believe with Emory, who Grady has this monoclonal antibody, and now it can be delivered subcutaneously. Before it had to be delivered intravenously, which really kind of limited its use. So we are exploring now using that in, like, for example, this outbreak situation that we're dealing with in the shelters. We have lots of people in congregate settings who are, so we're looking into that. We'll let you know if we proceed with it. And I think those are the updates I wanted to bring you. And I think, are we open for questions?
Sure.
Yep. All right, Mr. Manager, where are we?
Ask any questions of this
All right,
team.
we got a line up here, so we're on a tight schedule, Commissioners. Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Hall, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Morris.
I'll try to be real quick. There are 3 things I was going to ask about. First of all, Mr. Manager, you had talked about requiring the staff either to be vaccinated or to be tested. Is that something that you need BOC approval to do? Are you
We're
asking?
going to, coming up in the next piece of this presentation, ask for that approval.
Okay, so that's coming. All right.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, I worry about our backlog project and whether this outbreak, if it continues to be bad and worsens, whether that jeopardizes the courts trying to address the backlog with courtrooms and juries and so on. I mean, I assume the answer is it may. And is that going to be up to the judges?
Let's ask Alton to comment.
If I can, Commissioner, I think a couple of things impact it. One is we have had great success in vaccinating individuals at the jail. And so it will allow us to, in fact, have individuals come over and be part of the transport and continue to ramp up the jury trials. But secondly, at this point in time, given where we are in hiring and setting up the courtrooms and, in fact, the protocols we're going to establish, I think we feel pretty comfortable that we'll be able to set them up in a safe manner with the appropriate protocol. So that's the expectation. We have both the increased vaccinations as well as setting up making sure that masks and all the other things are going to be followed per the county manager's recommendation.
All right. Well, we will continue to hope that process continues. Thirdly, I was going to ask about mononuclear antibodies. Glad you raised that. I've been asked by some doctors in my district to see whether this is something the county ought to be cranked into as opposed to hospitals and private physicians. Are you suggesting that we Department of Health has a role in administering these antibodies to folks?
We think we do. We're looking into doing it as a partnership, though, perhaps with Grady. Grady has teams that can do this, and they have experience with it. It's only been very recently that it's been approved for sub-Q and for post-exposure look. I mean, literally yesterday. So we need a little time to look into this. But yes, I think that, because the greater use of it will probably, help reduce some of the cases.
Is
out
this
there.
a single injection,
Yeah,
or
it's
is
a
this?
single injection.
So it's just a shot, like,
Yeah, it's a
like
shot.
the vaccinations?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, thank you. Could you pull up slide 10, please? There you go. To me, that tells such a story with the effectiveness of the vaccine. And that's what we need to be focusing on, communicating as much as we can to the public that it works, and that you definitely have good reason to take it. I think that we're in a situation of mixed messages still out there because it's now recurring again. And a lot of folks that have gotten vaccinated like they should have, including just about everyone in this room, now it's going to be a situation where we're penalized in some respects by going back to wearing masks. We all understand why, okay? But that the reality is that as we continue to have this mixed message and people thinking, well, it really doesn't matter, why should I get it? It's not going to change my life. It does change your life. If you do contract it, you're likely to not be in the hospital nor face, the worst outcome. And, so there is a good reason. And if we are ever going to get to the point where we really are past it, we have to continue the efforts to vaccinate. So I just really, really hope that this is the message that we're focused on in trying to make sure that people understand there is good reason, very good reason to get vaccinated. I'm curious if you're seeing any upticks in the last 10 days or so since this has really been a public issue in vaccination rates in Fulton County.
Yes, ma'am. So we're seeing, like I said, in the last week, 500, but we're over 100% each week now in upticks. And I didn't mention it, but we talked about the historical night in additional hospitalizations last night. 40 of the 350 people in the hospital are in the CCU unit, and that's kind of a historical place too. So one of the myths out there is that you're not going to get as sick, or, but there are people suffering today in Fulton County's critical care units, and the upticks are about 120% a week on top of the week before. So it's astronomical. As Dr. Paxton said, the lines on the charts are almost going straight up.
And Doug, I believe Commissioner Houseman is asking, are we seeing more individuals taking advantage of the vaccine?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's been only 10% increase over the last week. We thought it would be a lot.
10%?
Yes, it's not nowhere
It's hard to
near what we thought it
understand
would
you
be.
with your mask on.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize.
That's fine. Yeah, okay. And then your slide about the breakdown of who's getting the vaccines. I'd look at your map, and the area I represent has got a huge Asian population, and it looks like 0% of Asians, so that's obviously not accurate. I know everybody doesn't necessarily give you that information, but I just think we should revisit that slide because it looks like the Asian community is in fact getting vaccinated.
That's just our mobile units, ma'am.
Okay.
And so overall, the Asian community is about 2% over their population level. They got vaccinated, the earliest group in
That's what I
Fulton County.
thought.
But that's just what we're targeting with the
Okay,
mobile.
all right. Well, I don't want that to be given the wrong impression
No,
to
ma'am.
folks. All right, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
I just have one question for each of you, and that is, why are you wearing your mask?
I'm wearing my mask because of the CDC recommendation that even people who are vaccinated should wear their mask when they are inside, in a public indoor setting. So I wear my mask.
All right, thank you.
I've got comorbidities. I've been vaccinated on the first day with Dr. Paxton, but it's about protecting others, and that's where we are today.
Thank you.
For me, setting an example professionally, personally, I have a 5-year-old and I have a 7-year-old at home. They're not vaccine eligible. I do not want to bring it home to my family.
Thank you. I appreciate all your answers.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to commend you all. I was at the APS Back to School as well as Banneker, and I was able to see the individuals that were lined up to get the vaccinations. And so I want to commend you on that because that does make a difference. I had an opportunity to talk to some of the people after they actually did it, and I asked them what were some of the reasons they did it. They said it was there. They came for a book bag and left with the what they needed to deal with this. This is my concern because as I go out and about, and a lot of times I spend 10 and 12-hour days in the community, the incentives that I am hearing that will work to get people who will not respond to a billboard, will not respond to extended hours, they may respond to a gift card. They may respond to a Walmart $10 card as they're going in and get the vaccination. And so what I'm asking, because I know I have brought this to the body before, is there a reason that we're not looking at the incentives being some type of gift card?
I might have to turn that over to the finance people because we actually would love to be able to give out such incentives. And so we presented, cost information about that.
Aren't you going to address that later on?
So gift cards are not a part of the employee
But not cards,
incentives
but
that we're
additional
doing?
incentives.
For employees, yes.
And I would just add that the vaccination budget that we have planned does include funding for a gift card type initiative that external affairs and the finance staff are working on building out so that we have those cards available or a means for individuals to obtain the cards once they have received their vaccine.
So I would take that as a no to my answer because what I'm asking, and the reason I asked this, and I've had this conversation with the county manager, I did quite a bit of work with the HIV project. And I know that the individuals that were being reached with that project responded to a card being put in their hand at the time that they were getting the vaccination. And so to give something afterwards or give something as an employee or to give something other than tangible putting in the hand, I, as a sitting commissioner who has had conversations with mayors and other health professionals, feel like as the county, we are missing the mark if we do not look at putting a physical card in a person's hand at a highly trafficked area. If you've got a Walmart or a super Walmart and someone's going in and family members, it may be the mother and the daughter that's of age, or it may be the husband and wife. And you say, okay, it's a $10 gift card. They're going in there anyway, even if they distrust. That $10 will make a difference in saving someone's life. So if it sounds like I'm beating a dead horse, or if it sounds like I'm begging, I am begging for that to be revisited because we are looking at the numbers now. And if we are truly going to try to turn this around, I would appreciate if those that are in control of making the decisions to affect the communities, especially communities of Black and brown, look at having a quick incentive card. It can be $10. I promise you, based on my history with the health community, it will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. I wouldn't say that you're beating a dead horse. We would love to do that. And I know that a $10 public certificate gets me in there every year for my flu vaccine. So no, we're just waiting for, we're just waiting. We stand ready to start giving those out as soon as we can.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton. I appreciate it.
All right, other questions or comments? Mr. Manager?
Go ahead and move to the reopening plan. So it's number 24, Madam Clerk.
Next slide, please. Good morning again, Commissioners. I will, at the request of the chairman, try to step through this fairly quickly as well. Not much to say about this slide. I think we've had a lot of discussion in the previous section about the danger that we find ourselves in with respect to the 7-day average of positive cases. The only thing I will say about this slide is that we are thinking about how this slide might look different the next time we provide a report to the Board of Commissioners. When we established these gauging criterias, there was not yet a vaccine present, and it's become such a critical part of our defense mechanism against this virus. And so we are thinking about, especially as we examine employee requirements, figuring out what our thresholds and requirements and monitoring cadence will be around vaccination. So you may see a vaccination component on our gating criteria the next time around. Next slide. So the increase in cases that we see across the county is again showing up, and as well as the country, is again showing up in our employee population. In the last 3 weeks since we have presented to the Board of Commissioners, we have 20 new cases among our employee population. And that has resulted, next slide, in a grand total of 387 COVID-19 positive employees since we began tracking. Next slide. Our employee positives, as well as our monitoring of our county, regional, state, national results around the COVID-19 positive employees, has prompted us to think about our return to office plan and what adjustments we will be making as a consequence of where we find ourselves in terms of the pandemic. The manager alluded to some of these in his remarks. I'd like to take a moment just to walk through each of them in a little bit more detail. The first, we took somewhat of a three-pronged approach to what our adjustments are going to be. First, we are planning to implement both the CDC as well as the BOC guideline to require face coverings indoors within our county facilities, and that we will move forward with implementing following today's meeting. And the second prong of our approach includes enhancing our employee incentives, and that one in particular, we have a slide that provides a little more detail on it, but as well as education and somewhat of a 30-day push toward getting 80% of our workforce vaccinated by Labor Day. And we're hoping that both the incentives as well as any education that we could provide to our employees, as well as making our public health department available for anyone who's hesitant that may have questions about the vaccine, allaying their concerns about that, that in this 30-day push, we will get to our 80% vaccination within our workforce. The FDA has granted Pfizer, as you know, priority review status for their COVID-19 vaccine, and both the New York Times and Reuters are both reporting and estimating that Pfizer will get to full authorization by early September. And we're hoping that coincides nicely with the third prong of our approach, which is to implement a vaccination or testing requirement for all employees around Labor Day after we complete that 30-day push. If the vaccine gets to full authorization, I think it makes it a little bit easier and will be relevant for those who are waiting on full authorization in order to be vaccinated. So we're hoping that will coincide nicely. But either way, we think we've put a lot of effort into incentivizing as well as educating employees to become vaccinated, and we think that 30 days from now, around Labor Day, is the time that we'd like to move forward with a requirement to either be vaccinated or be requested to test on a weekly basis and provide proof of a negative test once per week for employees. We do caveat this slightly below, as you can see in that box for number 3, that this does, because of the impact on employees, we have been advised by the county attorney that this does require the Board of Commissioners to approve that policy. So we will be working with the county attorney's office and the Chief Human Resources Director to bring that policy forward for the board's approval at the next meeting. There's also a mention about certain exceptions. And so what we are doing in that regard is having constant conversations with our justice partners to ensure that our intent and direction is aligned with what their intent and directions are as well. Alton Adams has started those conversations and can answer any questions you have about a preliminary readout from those thoughts. So that's our overall three-pronged approach, but other adjustments that we will be making is pausing the implementation of our reopening of senior centers. As you know, we are open now, but with a number of caveats that require both appointments for use of certain facilities, limited programming, in-person programming, that is. And so we will continue on this basis until we get better control of the pandemic within our region. Not a lot of changes to libraries. We recognize the value to the community, especially as schools begin to reopen. We do want to limit the number of individuals that are allowed inside study rooms, so the staff will be doing their best to monitor study room utilization and limiting it to 2 individuals within study rooms. And we're also going to try to limit large gatherings in meeting rooms as well. In terms of public events, we're going to be staying away from county-sponsored public events, of course, unless they're vaccine-related, as well as limiting staff support of public outside events. Again, it's a matter of trying to assess those public events and seeing and ensuring that our staff is safe as they look to support commissioners in their public appearances. With respect to Assembly Hall, we've talked about this a little bit before, reducing our capacity to approximately 30%, which gives us 75 available seats. That would be our approach to making sure that we continue to provide access to the public, but do so in a safe manner. Next slide. This is a slide we continue to provide the board an update on our level of participation in the vaccination incentive program. As you see, when we started capturing most employees who had been vaccinated to that point, we were at about 30%. And as of July 12th, we are at, as of this past Friday, we are at approximately 55%. Next slide. We also talked slightly, or a little bit on 2 previous slides about our enhanced employee vaccination incentive. So again, you've got the $150 incentive, which we report to you on at every board meeting. And what this contemplates is that we would have a weekly giveaway in our 30-day push to Labor Day, which is a random drawing of a $500 gift card. And the Chief Human Resources Officer has been creative in a graduation of this prize to, if we achieve our 80%, that we would have a $10,000 grand drawing. So again, this 30-day push will focus on keeping in place the incentive that we do have, the $150, but also ramping that up to $500 gift cards, as well as a grand prize of $10,000. And Kenneth can answer specific questions around that incentive if you have any following the presentation. Next slide. And so, Commissioners, this is the final slide that I will present to you today. Yesterday, the CDC issued an order extending the moratorium on evictions to October 3rd. That extension is limited to counties experiencing substantial and high levels of community transmission. And as Dr. Paxton and/or Doug, I think, mentioned in their remarks, Fulton County is such a county that has been designated as one experiencing substantial and high levels of community transmission. So this CDC order extending the moratorium on evictions, we expect will apply to, extending it to August 3rd, will apply to Fulton County as well. And I think it also aligns nicely, again, with our ERAP launch, phase 2, which we did on Monday. I had a very successful launch, and we look forward to continued progress in that regard. When the presentation was developed Actually, I'm very proud of the work Jessica and her team did. We had 12,000, over 12,000 website visits on the day that we launched. I haven't gotten an updated number from Jessica yet, but I thought that was remarkable for our first day launch. In addition, on our first day, we had 630 total calls placed to the call center. As an updated number, on day 2, we added 378 calls into the call center for a total of 998 calls so far processed in our 2 days of opening of ERAP 2. On the first day, we had 1,690 applications initiated. Again, when the presentation was developed, we were at 1,490. By the end of the day, we were at 1,690. And then day 2, we had an additional 1,216 applications initiated, which brings us to nearly 3,000 applications in 2 days. So we're very excited about the momentum as well as the response from the community to our launch, and we look forward to be able to adjudicating those applications on an expedited basis, and more importantly, getting them paid on an expedited basis. And we've started that to some degree already. In the 2 days, we have reviewed and adjudicated 366 applications. Payment is scheduled for those applications as well as any additional ones we adjudicate on Tuesday, August 10th. And based on our transition to our provider, we expect on August 16th to start a cadence of payments on a daily basis, not just Tuesday and Thursday, as we have been doing and as we're doing now. So again, really tremendous progress with respect to ERAP 2, and just would like to congratulate Dr. Rochelle, Mr. Wilson, and the community development team for the work that they're doing there. Mr. Chairman, I can answer any questions about those 3 sections, and also have Kenneth, Pamela, and Alton available if there are any questions about
All right, thank you,
those
Madam
areas.
CEO. 2 speakers, Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I just want to commend all of you, Mr. County Manager, Madam COO, Madam CFO, and all the executive team, as well as Dr. Rochelle and the community development team. And just say, job well done. And I'm so happy to hear that the CDC extended the moratorium on evictions. Yesterday, when we did our press conference, that was one of the things that I stated that we really needed to have happen in conjunction with our new phase 2, which I'm so proud of. So thank you all.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question. The actual drawing for the 10,000 and the 500, will that include all the employees or the ones that just started now?
Kenneth, do you want to expand on that?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kenneth Herman, Chief HR Officer. It will include all employees that have met the criteria for the $150 vaccination incentive. So if you provided proof that you are vaccinated and you received that $150, you'll be entered into the drawing for the $500 as well, and the grand drawing of the $10,000.
And I know that and I commend what you all are doing, because at the end of the day, it's about our safety and it's the safety of the employees. Some of the employees that I've talked to, for whatever reasons, they are beginning to feel maybe a little heat. They're beginning to feel a little ostracized. And so whatever we communicate to them, I want to make sure that we communicate to them to do not falsify any information. Because we know over the weekend and in related reports that people are falsifying information left and right for whatever reason. And so we don't want to be, or should I say, I don't want anybody in leadership to be in a position that they have to, take any kind of active because an employee has falsified information because they feel like, well, the spotlight is on me, which generally speaking, it would be, because it's about your safety. But I just want to make sure that we communicate that, because we are trying to make sure that Fulton is a safe place to work.
And we will do that, Commissioner. One of the things I recognize in a separate matter working with Kenneth is that we do need to make explicit what consequences are going to be for falsifying information. So that is a good point. We'll make sure it's on the communication.
Commissioner Houseman?
Likewise, I think we also discussed that, the fact that now it can go directly to a tenant, we need to make sure that they understand that it needs to be used for the intended purpose. Can you speak to that a little bit, please?
Yeah, I'd ask for Dr. Rochelle's help because she's studied the Treasury guidelines. We will do whatever we can within the guidelines to do that, Commissioner. We are also limited on how far we can push or dig into what a tenant does with the funds once we provide it to them. But we do plan to emphasize on the front end that this is for assistance with rental purposes. And the more that we are working with the magistrate court directly, the more we'll be able to ensure that the funding gets used for the intended purposes, because that's aligned to a dispossessory action. So Pamela, did you have anything to add to that?
The only other thing I would add is that the tenant does sign an attestation that they will use the funds as directed, which is for rent and utility assistance through the case management process. Case managers do assist those tenants with identifying a location, and in some cases, they will pay the award directly to their new home. So there is the attestation in place.
Very good, because, obviously, the purpose of keeping people safe in their homes is what we're trying to get, and there's an added health risk if you're not sheltered. So I just really, really hope we're emphasizing that to folks so that they understand that. You mentioned the magistrate court, and I thought you might talk a little bit about that program. I know it's been in the media, but can you just share with us what's happening there, please?
Sure. And so we have been working, first of all, Chief Judge of Magistrate Cassandra Kirk has been a terrific partner from the very beginning on emergency rental assistance and has kept the line of communication between our team and her staff very open. And so we had things in place previously. The other thing we put in place as we started to launch ERAP 2 was direct access of her staff into our application portal. So judges would have that information to inform their decisions. We've taken it one step further as a consequence of a recommendation by Commissioner Morris, which was endorsed by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, to make sure that we make that a two-way partnership. And so not just do they have access to our application system, we have now embedded 2 members of the community development staff, temporary staff, in the magistrate court, so they have direct access and assistance for allowing the emergency rental assistance program to be accessible to parties of that dispossessory action.
Great, so they have real-time corroboration of the need of the individual that might be before them facing eviction.
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. We're slightly past the noon hour, and I think only have a minute or so update on any changes in the financials in the consolidated plan.
Thank you. We could go to the next slide, please. Actually, one more. Thank you. Commissioners, I'll be very brief and just plan to cover the information on the slide that's before you. This simply shares with you changes that we have made to our COVID response plan since the last board meeting. If you look in the middle of the page under plan changes, you'll see some movements between the EERF General Fund and the American Rescue Act. At the end of July, we did finalize our review of all of the COVID performance payments that were made and identified the individuals that we believe to meet the specific criteria of the American Rescue Plan Act, and we moved $3.4 million of those expenses from the General Fund EERF to the American Rescue Plan. In addition to that, we also provided an additional $2 million for the contract with PNN to help with the adjudication on ERAP. And so you'll see that line increase from 5 million to 7 million. And then lastly, we finalized the budget development for the vaccination and testing program going through the end of this year into the first and second quarter of next year. And we were able to realign some funds out of there as well, reducing that by 2.7. The net effect of that is that we increased the reserve from 46.9 to 47.5. In addition to that, our expenditures increased since our report to you in the middle of July. We are now at a total of 40.3 million, and our previous report was at 33.7 million. And we are continuing to, as the manager mentioned earlier, finalize all of the planning for the court backlog project and have begun the hiring efforts for that program. And in addition to that, we are finalizing all of the agreements with the CSP partners who agreed to accept the subrecipient conditions under the program. There were several who did not. And we are starting now to build out all of the transparency reporting that's required for the program as well, and we'll have that rolling out as we build out each of the transparency pages for each of our programs. And so that's the only thing I wanted to share today from the plan, the response fund plan, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Madam CFO. See no questions or comments.
That concludes our report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And that's just a report for our information. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 9, 21-0564, Purchasing and Contract Compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions? Vice Chair Hall, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so are we going to move back to an emergency state? Because this is saying that we have emergency personnel that need childcare services. And I thought that we had actually done all the childcare services payments before now. Was this leftover cost?
Vice Chair Hall, if you will allow, I'll ask Ken Herman to explain how we are proceeding forward now with our care.com contract.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, commissioners. I think we had the foresight, commissioners, to anticipate that COVID-19 was not going to be gone by the fall. So we engaged the care.com, our provider, to extend the contract for one more year that carries us from May of this year to May of next year. That would allow our emergency services personnel or any employee that works in a critical position that is required to be on site to leverage the service in those situations where their child is unable to go to school because they have to isolate or school is closed or whatever the case might be, so that they could report to work. So I was glad that the county manager agreed with that foresight, and hopefully the board also sees the value in allowing our employees to be able to come to work while their kids receive adequate child care when at home and unable to go to school.
That is outstanding, and it's like almost like you prophesied that. So this will keep them this will help them continue to have childcare. And I was reading just the other day that Fulton County schools and a lot of other schools have decided to remain virtual and not allow their students to come back. So this is really good. Thank you.
All right, the motion before us is to approve. Cast your votes, please. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
I voted yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Okay, 5 was
Did you?
Chairman Pitts.
I voted yes. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, Commissioner Hall, I think I just heard you say that Fulton County is virtual only. That is not the case. It's a
I
hybrid.
said I read in the paper the other day that Fulton County is having some of their schools remain virtual. That's what I read.
Only in certain incidences, if something happens in that attendance area that warrants it, but otherwise they are still having in-person education. I just want to make sure we were clear on that.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
they can read it in the paper, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk?
21-0565, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of the August 4th, 2021 Budget Soundings.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any questions or comments? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0566, Registration and Elections. Request approval of a statewide contract for the rental of box trucks and cargo vans for the 2021 elections.
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Hausman, you have the floor.
And so this item is for leasing of transport vehicles for the upcoming election cycle. It's not purchasing anything, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. Madam Clerk?
And the vote is
Thank
open.
you.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0567, Information Technology. Request approval of a statewide contract to provide network and wireless equipment to increase access to high-speed internet at the Fulton County Senior Centers.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0568, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of recommended proposals to provide standby environmental engineering and testing services on an as-needed basis.
All right, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any questions? None, let's vote. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 21-0569, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of statewide contracts to provide tires, tubes, accessories, and repair services for Fulton County fleet vehicles.
All right, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any questions? Let's vote. Madam Clerk, let's go.
Okay, and the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0570, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide mail services countywide.
Again, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Are there questions? None? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0571, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of a resolution to amend Fulton County Policy and Procedure 600-71 regarding dedication plaques for county facilities.
All right. Okay, so motion to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and there are questions. Vice Chair Hall.
Yes, I'd just like to hear from someone on exactly what this is asking to do? I just want to be clear.
Good morning, Commissioners. Al Collins, Administrator for the Library Bond Program.
Good morning.
This is requesting to make a change to the dedication plaques that we're putting on public buildings. In lieu of naming commissioners that were seated at the time that the contract was approved or the at the time that the contract was
Commissioners who were
approved.
present at the time in the beginning to those who are seated today.
That's correct.
So you're removing, so you're, I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
They're new.
They're new.
They're new plaques. They're not removing anything that's already there.
No, I wasn't getting ready to say that. If you let me finish what I was getting ready to say. So you're not acknowledging the commissioners who voted on the project?
That's correct.
You're
It would
not
be the-
acknowledging them.
It would be the commissioners that are seated at the time of dedication of the facility.
Right. So I thought we had a previous resolution that specifically said that we do acknowledge those commissioners who voted on the project. And are we removing that from the resolution?
That's correct. It
Yes,
changes.
okay, that's what I'm saying is being removed. And personally, I think that we need to pay homage to those commissioners who voted for the project to actually happen, or else we wouldn't have the project for us to, the seated ones, to even be on a plaque at all. I just think that we still do need to pay homage to those who made the project actually happen. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I guess I'm trying to understand this as well. So it seems like a monumental task. I mean, a monumental task. How do you do this? How do you change course midstream? So half of the buildings will be done one way and the other half will be done another way? Or are we going back and we redoing all of them so that they're all right? Because when I took office when Wolf Creek Library, before Wolf Creek Library, but my name is not on there. So how do you draw your delineation line?
Well, we were looking at phase one is done. Doing it from phase two forward for the libraries and any other county facility. So this just doesn't apply to the libraries. It applies to all county buildings across the board.
I just don't know how you pick how you pick a point in time and then apply it. When, I mean, to me, if we're going to do this, then we need to go back and then I need my name on the plaque at Wolf Creek Library.
We can certainly ask the board if they want to move to start from the very beginning on all the libraries and make that change to the dedication plaques. And that's a choice that the board can make.
I guess my question is, what is the impetus for this? What is the impetus for changing a policy that is already in place?
We've had a very long wait, and there was some discussion among leadership and the library as well. Since there has been such a long period of time from the time that these projects were approved till now, there's a real disconnect between the board that's seated now and the board that was seated when these projects were approved. So you're going to have quite a few members of the board that won't be listed on the plaques as you experienced at the time that the projects are opened, at the time that the projects are dedicated. There's going to be a real.
Sound like we might need a second plaque at each location. Rather, I mean,
Well,
like I don't know.
We have currently in the case of the renovations, we have a plaque at the locations that represents the original building. So this will be the second plaque. So I guess your question is, do we need a third plaque that talks to the change in the commissioners since to the time of dedication? So that it would keep going.
I don't know. I need some more time to try to understand this.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable proceeding.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Hausman, and back to Vice Chair Hall.
I really would like to support this, and I would be remiss if I didn't say, as the newest commissioner here, if there's something that my colleagues worked on last year, and then, my name would be on it this year, because the dedication is this year. Yes, just like anyone else, I am a sitting commissioner. I would want the acknowledgement. However, I was not there for the wrangling, so to speak. And so I don't know where we can find a happy medium, but I do think it may be just a tad bit unfair on his premise. So if we can find a happy medium, I really would like to support this, but I think we may need to put more thought into this, because if we're trying to be fair, I can hear what my colleagues are saying, in that if they worked on something and they didn't have the dedication to it, because sometimes the process can be very lengthy, and if there's a change in a seat here, then the person who really worked hard may not get recognition for it. So I don't know if we need additional spaces. I'm not sure, but I just, based on the history, I would think that the person that actually worked to bring it to fruition would get the recognition. And so I don't know what happy medium we could find, but I think I would have to have more information as well.
All right, Commissioner Hausman. Motion before us is to approve. Commissioner Hausman?
Yeah, so I think I'm one of these commissioners that's sitting here that has been involved for the entire process, back from trying to find the locations, to the design, to selecting the contractors, and the whole gamut of what we went through. But I was not here when the voters approved the bond to fund it that was approved by a previous Board of Commissioners, which really started the whole thing. So it is a balancing act, and I appreciate the struggle that you're having with trying to find the right answer. I'm not sure I know what the right answer is, even though I worked on since I've been here for the last 11 years. It was approved before I got here to have the funding. So, I too kind of struggle with this, but I do think some recognition needs to be that we've renovated and built these new libraries. You might have to have a hybrid of names on there potentially. So I don't know if this is ready for prime time yet either. I think maybe we ought to really think about how we honor not only those that are here now, but those that have worked on it from the inception of the bond program.
All right, back to Vice Chair Hall.
I was trying to withdraw my motion because I really think that we need to hold this. And so I'm going to make a substitute motion to hold. I think it needs to go back to the drawing board. And as I stated at the beginning, I think that we definitely need to pay homage to those that voted to approve these projects, as well as work very hard on them. So there has to be some happy medium or some way of doing that. So my substitute motion is to hold.
All right, substitute motion is to hold. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold.
We can adverse it for me.
Motion to hold passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Under Arts and Libraries, 21-0522, Arts and Culture, requests approval of the fiscal year 2021 Contracts for Services Program funding recommendations.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. All right, Vice Chair.
I have a question. I think this probably would be for Dr. Rochelle, though. So at the last board meeting, we spoke about the need for additional funding to really fund all of the arts and culture, the nonprofit organizations that literally were approved, but we did not have enough funding for them. So where does that stand right now? Or maybe this is a question for Mr. County Manager or CFO or Madam CFO?
You want me to? So let me try to be responsive to that. So we're taking both that request, the ones that we have collected additional information from the district attorney and sheriff's office, as well as some of the elections issues and any other items. QLS is one of those, Commissioner, that you and I had talked about. So all of those we have summed up. We had our first review yesterday of both the potential uses, of which that would be one, and then secondarily, what are the sources? And the sources is going to be a more aggressive, if you will, in terms of timing, mid-year budget review, which we planned for the next BOC meeting. So you'll be able to see at one time, here's every request that we know of, and here is our best projection on potential sources. So that's our timeline, is to wait till the next meeting to resolve any of those issues.
Okay, and so does it appear that we have the funding to do so?
Yes,
For
ma'am.
all of those things that were mentioned? And I just want to also, it just struck me that I had requested some time ago for us to receive a report of the underruns, and I haven't seen that lately, to know what are the underruns that, you know, of money that we have from savings in all the different areas of the county. And so I don't know
You're
why
talking
we,
about the normal monthly report that we send to you that has
of underruns.
staffing, budget underruns, and the likes. We haven't. Hakeem, would you make sure we send another copy of that?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes,
Good
I have been sending monthly financial report for Justice General Fund along with positions. So, and with our report, you know, we have a budget column and then the actual column year to date for each department, which shows the trend of their spending. So I'm not sure of this other report.
Does it show all of the underruns, not just salary savings? Because I'm sorry.
I mean, it does show, I mean, it doesn't say underrun, you know, specifically, but it does show the trend that, you know, one can look at to see what, you know, was spent year to date compared to what the budget is, and also shows the percentage of spending compared to where we are supposed to be. So if we're supposed to be at a 25% you know, spending trend, and we've only spent 10% or 15% in that department, so that shows us that we have an underrun of 10% within that department. If you have if you're supposed to be at 25 and you've only spent 15%, so you have an underrun of 10% in that particular department.
Okay, and what is the name of that report? Because I haven't seen it. I used to see it in the email.
Yeah, we send it via email.
What's the title of it?
It's a monthly financial report.
Monthly financial report?
Yes.
Okay, and so we call it underruns. What are you calling it in the report?
It's the percent used of the
Percent.
budget. Yes, ma'am. We'll be happy to sit down and review it with you so that you can see and understand what information is being presented. And if that isn't the report that you're looking for, then, we can see if there's some other level of information that you would need.
We can provide.
Thank you, because I just continuously hear about salary savings, and there's a lot more savings than just salary savings that we could be looking at. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. This projection for the next meeting will include both salary and operating savings to date, but then also a projection for end of year.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, guys. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a little bit stiff. Hold on a second. So, Mr. Chair had to step away. Next speaker, Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, I want to make sure that I understand what we're approving. I think that there was a request to approve the contracts for services as presented, and I thought that there was a request last time for how many different groups were not funded based upon funding availability. And I believe that there was conversation about funding all requests, which would have been at one amount. And then I think there was also conversation about funding the requests for those groups that were qualified. And so I think, Mr. Manuel, if you could help me understand the numbers between, the difference between the numbers from funding all requests and funding all qualified requests, I think that would be helpful. And then trying to understand, make sure, I guess, how that references back to this agenda item that's before us now. And do we need to amend it in order to achieve either of those goals?
Okay, hello, Commissioner. David Manuel, Arts and Culture. I sent a memo over to each of you guys to kind of outline. We had a total of 190 applications. 27 were ineligible. So it brought us down to 163 applications with a total funding request of 3.4. Out of that 163, we awarded 145 with funding. Even though we had a total of 163 eligible, we awarded 145 with funding, leaving 18 out. And we put that funding within the 1.3 that we were allocated. And so that left 18 out that were still eligible for funding. Thank you. And we had discussed that that part would be 86,655.
To fund the remaining 18?
We're funding the remaining 18.
Okay, and then so is your motion?
And then the variance of the 3.4 opposed to the 1.3 that we actually have would be the difference would be 2.1. And that would fund all 163 that were eligible.
Okay, and so I guess Commissioner Hall, is your motion to do the 1.3 or the 3.4? And if so, would you accept a friendly amendment to do the 3.4?
I thought we actually said at the last meeting 3.4, because I remember us discussing that. So I would go for the 3.4, absolutely.
Thank
you. Commissioner Hausman?
So I thought the county manager just said that he was going to bring forward the rest of, after the 1.3 for consideration in context with our other needs at the next meeting. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, ma'am, that's the plan. There's about 25 million in additional needs identified, that being one of them, the one that you just discussed, Commissioner Arrington. So what we propose to do is bring forward all of those along with what the projected funding sources would be from these end-of-year views for a mid-year budget look, and then have you make a decision across the board on all of those.
So the current agenda item before us today is for 1.3 million, or does it include this additional 86,000?
The current agenda item is for 1.3.
Okay. So if we approve the 1.3 today, in 2 weeks, we would have before us consideration of enhancing the arts line item in context with what our other needs might be.
Yes.
All right. And so the motion before us is for how much?
To approve the 1.3, as I understand it.
Well, I'm not sure now. That's why I'm asking.
Well, yeah, I did offer the friendly amendment, which was accepted by Commissioner Hall for 3.4, but I'm happy to either hold it until we get the information next week or approve the 1.3 today, as long as we know that there will be an item on the agenda to discuss the additional money.
Personally, I think that's the better way to go, to make sure that some of the needs we know we've identified, we have the funds to cover them as well. So I don't know if y'all want to rechange it back to the
Yeah,
original
that's
motion.
good. That's good.
Sounds like she accepts your friendly amendment to my friendly amendment.
To go back to the original?
Yes, I do.
All right, so what's before us now is the 1.3, and that's consistent with the manager's recommendation that at the next meeting, he'll have a whole laundry list that'll cost millions of dollars, but we'll deal with that at that time. All right, on the motion before us, Mr. Marsh, you still want to be heard? Followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Just quickly, as the seconder, I wasn't sure I was going to accept that friendly amendment anyway, but as friendly as it was offered. You all know I'm a huge supporter of funding for the arts because I view it as an economic development issue, not a feel-good issue. But I'm reluctant to add another couple of $1 million on, without seeing the other priorities and where that's going to come from. So, and I do think it'd be great to go ahead and get this out so we can start sending this money to these organizations who need it. So I hope we will go ahead and vote on the $1.3 million, and then I'm delighted to add as much next time as the priorities allow. So that was just
All
Uh,
my
right,
comment.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you still want to be heard?
Yes, just momentarily. Thank you, Chair. So I want to make sure the understanding that I have, the $1.3 million that we have for this one, some of the organizations, the initial amount that they asked for, they didn't get the full amount. They got the amount based on the available funding.
Correct.
And then some of the organizations did not get anything because you exhausted the funding.
That's correct.
Okay, and so will there be an opportunity, County Manager, to maybe for us to revisit by the next time? Because I know you are bringing the additional ones forward, but we will have an opportunity to maybe have a discussion about the ones that did qualify per what you said, Dr. Rochelle, but we ran out of funding, and so they didn't get funding. So we will be able to, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure, thank you.
Commissioner Hausman?
Thank you. Okay, so now that we've established that we're voting on the 1.3, I hope that, A, we get it out quickly. We're already in August, okay? But I also hope that we are making sure that these organizations have managed to hang on until now, okay? So we're not sending checks to nothing.
That's correct. And my staff has already reached out to all the applicants to see the process and the update of their projects, and they all are either in the middle of their project or just finished their project, but they all are engaged, and they're looking forward to that funding.
All right, and then finally, in good faith, I will support this. And the members of the North Fulton folks on the Arts Council have reached out, and they agree with what has been recommended, okay, based on the applicants. But I'm telling you, it's the last time I'll do it if it's not spread out through the county in a more equitable fashion in the future. We can do better than this. We have a huge, huge county. Every part of this county is interested in the arts. And so we need to make sure that we are doing the proper outreach and the proper spreading of these resources throughout the county that we're not currently doing today. But in good faith, I'm going to honor the process that we have in place today, but we need to reevaluate how we administer these funds throughout our county.
And in my memo, I also included some action items that we plan to implement with the staff, which would be more community outreach to all areas of Fulton County.
Which is why I'm willing to go along with it, because I know you're going to do what you say. But I want the public to understand where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote, commissioners.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 10, under Health and Human Services, 21-0572, Senior Services. Request approval of recommended proposals to provide in-home services to senior residents aged 60 and above.
All right, the motion is to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any questions? If not, cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Page 11, 21-0574, Public Works. Request approval of recommended proposals to provide standby engineering services.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by by Commissioner Houseman. Are there questions? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0575, Public Works. Request approval of an agreement of cooperative technical assistance and intergovernmental cost sharing among the Atlanta Regional Commission, the City of Atlanta, the Atlanta Fulton County Water Resources Commission, Cobb County Marietta Water Authority, DeKalb County, and Gwinnett County.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Houseman. Any questions? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion
Actually, she did.
passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Just a minute. Madam Clerk, I think you read 0575.
Yes, I did. Okay, it was 0575,
Yeah.
Public Works.
So 0575, sound that one. We just approved it anyway. She sounded 75. That's what, but all right, that one's approved. Now go back to 0574.
0574, request approval of recommended proposals to provide standby engineering services. Yes.
1, 2, 3.
That one was removed.
Yeah.
Okay.
7-3. Which one was held? That's correct. That's correct. That's right. Yeah, we did.
Correct.
It's correct. It's
Yes.
right. Yeah, we missed that once. 0573 was held. All right, correct. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the next item, 21-0576, Public Works. Request approval to close out a contract which provided emergency sewage cleanup services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Houseman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. Motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Okay, 5 yeas with Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Next item.
Bottom of page 11, under Justice and Safety, 21-0577, Sheriff requests approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the Cobb County Sheriff's Office and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office for housing of up to 500 Fulton County inmates at the Cobb County Jail.
Mr. Chairman, the sheriff has joined us, I think, vis-a-vis Zoom. I just texted him. So if there are questions.
All right, I didn't hear you.
I was just letting you know, Mr. Chairman and Board, the sheriff has joined us via Zoom.
Okay. All right, the motion is to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Vice Chair Hall has a question.
I would just like to hear an overview from the sheriff on this and the cost.
He's on Zoom.
Yes, sir. So, first of all, good afternoon, and thank you all. So quickly, the 500 beds is scaled up given the expected increase over the summer. The goal is to not to exceed 300 individuals, which the cost we have worked with the sheriff's office in Cobb County and the Sheriff Owens, to go from $90 down to 80. So that will save us $500,000. Not, our goal is not to exceed 4 million, but if there is an influx and if this variant causes larger numbers in the Fulton County jail, we can go up to Fulton County. Fulton County numbers go up, we can go up to 500 with efficiency. Is
that okay? All right, Commissioner Houseman.
Hello, Sheriff. I'm curious, you know, I'm assuming this is in a replacement from negotiations we've been trying to have with the City of Atlanta with their city jail. Can you just give us an update on that piece of this, please?
Yes, ma'am. So each of you should have received a hard copy and the electronic copy of my correspondence back to the mayor. We actually had a Zoom meeting with the mayor, virtual meeting with the mayor, and as outlined, correspondence to each of you, which included another $1.2 million in, from the board's perspective, would have to approve to enter into an funds with the actual PAD program and another $800,000 in DC improvements, all to be paid for. She would consider doing any housing, and it was still limited to 6 months. And it included us doing all of the security options, everything that came along with housing at ACPC. So this particular, with respect to Cobb County, is much more efficient. We can get it done more readily.
So you're in a nice way saying that we could not come to adequate terms with the City of Atlanta within Fulton County financially in order to do an arrangement that would be easier on our community than having to go into a neighboring county.
And that is very, as well as the actual proposal from the city side was only 6 months as well.
It was only for 6 months?
Correct.
Thank you. Disappointing, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
I guess my question is a follow-up to that, Sheriff Labat. So if we go forward with this, then we would not need any space from the City of Atlanta? Or would we still need space?
Yeah, no, sir. If we go forward with this, it'll get, the impact will allow us to get detainees off of the floor immediately. We can always, again, this is a 6 month with several renewals if the incoming mayor chose not to negotiate accordingly. But every indication that we'll be able to start negotiations again first year, but our immediate need, you know, is to get our detainees off the floor.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, Mr. Sheriff, I'll be honest with you, I was shocked that Cobb County even has 500 beds. Is that, they have 500 vacancies?
Yes, so their population is actually down. And before anyone else asked, I've been in close contact with the Cobb County Sheriff. Their COVID concerns have been isolated. No moves will take place before the 10-day incubation period. So we will be very safe in our movement.
But Cobb County, though, has, as you speak to us today, has 500 vacant beds.
Absolutely.
That's shocking. Number two, I know that unless my numbers are wrong, and I'm going to support this because it has a sunset provision on it, but I know that you have some 500 vacant beds based upon the not being able to, rather having to, that policy where you have to separate, and I just use two gangs, Bloods from the Crips, and that allows for 500 vacant approximately in our jail. There are also 35 or 40 beds in Alpharetta that are vacant. There are also inmates in our jail that are ready to go into the state system. Then the onus there is on the state. There's also at Jefferson Street some 200. So we have some capacity here, and I think we're going to have to work together to utilize that capacity. But I'll support this today based upon your recommendation, but it's just really hard for me to believe that Cobb County has 500 vacant beds. All right, the motion is to approve. Commissioner Abdul Rahman again, followed by Commissioner Hausman.
Thank you, Sheriff. First of all, I want to commend you because your lines and level of communication has been not only a breath of fresh air, but the fact that you are keeping us abreast of everything that you're doing, and I do appreciate that. I'm going to support this, but I want to openly state that I think it's a travesty that you have to do this. We need a new jail, okay? And to have to, and the reason I say this, I have had so many organizations to reach out to me because they know, because of your transparency, they're having issues with having to go to Cobb County. And I know with anything that we do, especially as legislators, we're not gonna make everybody happy. And that's the reality, and that's what I told them, is that would you rather someone to be on the floor or would you rather someone to be in the bed? Now, I know for some families, and it's not that I'm not empathetic to families having to travel to Cobb County, but we are still doing it was, in my opinion, a Band-Aid solution on open heart surgery. We need another jail, Sheriff. So anything that I can do, I am going to support this, but we really need, and I want to echo what my colleague Liz Hausman said. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. And we have to do something about this. And so I'm going to support this today, even though I really don't want to, but I know it's needed. But we really need to move this conversation. I feel very bad what happened with the city of Atlanta, but here again, Band-Aid solutions for open heart surgery at Fulton County. We just got to do better. Thank you, Sheriff.
Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, just one final comment. This is only on an as-needed per person rate. So we may not use this full $7 million that we're authorizing here today, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. And then since Alpharetta was mentioned, where are we with getting Alpharetta reopened? I know you're trying to staff up now. I just hope this is a high priority for you so that we can keep as many folks in Fulton County as possible. Where are you with going back and opening Alpharetta?
So it is a high priority that we're working on. I think temporary solutions too, Commissioner, is possibly a first setup. We would provide staff so that the county in and of itself could do bonding up to 4 hours there. Anybody staying long transferred. So with all solutions and thing that we have met with anything we can do to help them getting people
Okay,
back.
we're having trouble hearing you, Sheriff. The connection is poor. Could you just provide us, now we lost you totally, can you provide us with an update on Alpharetta since we can't hear you today? Obviously, you can hear me, and that, the request is to try and get that open as soon as possible. If you could provide us with an update on that, that'd be fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
All
you.
right, Vice Chair Hall.
I do recall a conversation that we had at one of the previous board meetings where we asked for a report requesting the cost to actually build a brand-new jail, because it even came down to, well, what about there's existing property behind the jail, could we renovate and expand, or should we, buy some new property somewhere or use some property we already have on our books to build a new jail? And so I'm asking, whatever happened to us receiving that report on the cost between all of those scenarios?
Commissioner, if I can.
Yes.
The feasibility study that we discussed, and I've had conversations with the sheriff, so I don't want to answer for him, but we have had discussions about the feasibility study, and it will be coming up, I think, in a future meeting or a meeting soon to happen with the Board of Commissioners. But we will need to get a proposal and then your approval on that feasibility study. Based on the size of our jail and a comparable feasibility study that was done for Franklin County in Ohio, I would estimate that's going to be approximately $1.2 to $1.5 million for the feasibility study. And it would take somewhere between 6 and 9 months, including some of the public hearings we'd need to have.
All right, well, we have done feasibility studies on so many other things. I think this is also warranted because we have a crisis on our hands. And I'm looking at this letter that the sheriff wrote to the Honorable Mayor of the City of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, about the issues that we're having. So I think we need a feasibility study. We've had numerous discussions about needing this information so that we can make a decision. So we need to move forward as quickly as possible, and especially with this new spike of crime. We already had a spike in crime, but now there's another spike in crime I just read in the paper yesterday. So we really need to move forward. So I'm looking forward to that coming before us.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Arrington.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I think we need more than the feasibility study. We need some design build plans. We need to be moving forward with some bond referendums or something in order to actually go ahead and build a new facility. It's feasible, but I don't know that we have the time to wait around for the feasibility study and then come back and do something else. We need some action right away.
Commissioner, and just to give you a sense for the scale of the feasibility study, it will include site recommendations, it would include sizing, it would include some initial kind of design build recommendations. So it wouldn't just be coming back and saying, okay, we need it. It'll be some recommendations specifically on where it might be, the size of the facility, what the best practice is in terms of jail facilities today, which are very different given some of the demographics of our population. So you're 100% right. We would look for that feasibility study to be something that you could basically agree on, and then we could move forward with next steps.
All right, the motion before us is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it is 12:58. I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session of items of real estate, litigation, and personnel.
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote, please.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. 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 No problem. Thank you.
So where are the library people?
They must have gone to lunch.
Over there, Commissioner Aaron. So I don't. One, two, three, four. Who's missing? All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. I've been advised that representatives from the Library Board of Trustees are here to make a presentation. I don't see them now, but, all right, when the others come, they've been waiting all day, we'll, without objection, we'll take them up. We'll have to revise the agenda to do so. All right, Madam.
Mr. Chair, I do have another recommended revision for the agenda as well. For items 0467.
What page, Commissioner?
This is page 12, item 0467, Commissioner Morris's Development Authority item.
Page 12.
I'd like for item 0579 to be heard at the same time.
0579. Same time. All right, any objections to that revision? All right, Madam Clerk, you with us? All right. Yes. All right, Madam County Attorney, where is she? Are you ready? Yes. These are items from executive session. Speaking to the mic, Madam County Attorney, thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation set forth in items 1 and 2 on the executive session agenda?
So moved. All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to accept the request for settlement authority set forth in item 3 on the executive session agenda?
So moved. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to accept the settlement in the amount of $85,000 in the matter of Harper v. Fulton County, which is in the Northern District of Georgia, civil action number 121 CV 01207?
All right, excuse me, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, the library, all right. The representatives from the Library Board of Trustees. What? And the I'm sorry, foundation. Good afternoon.
Hi. I'd like to start by thanking Commissioner Arrington and all of the commissioners for inviting me here today. My name is Lori Kilberg, and I am the chair of the Atlanta Fulton County Public Library Foundation. Everyone has a library story, and I hope we get to share our stories at some point. But I also have a library foundation story. 5 years ago, my life took a turn when my husband and I moved to Seattle, Washington. It was there that I discovered the Seattle Central Library, literally across the street from my condo, and was introduced to the Seattle Public Library Foundation. I had never heard of a library foundation before, or knew of their mission to raise funds and advocate for public libraries. I have since learned that library foundations have been at the forefront of the movement to recognize that the private sector has an important part to play in traditionally public sector activities, similar to the role that the Police Foundation has with the police department and hospital foundations have to support publicly funded hospitals. When I joined the board of the Seattle Library Foundation, I saw what is possible when public and private sectors of a community come together to strengthen their library system. When a library foundation can raise millions of dollars to enhance and expand library programming to meet the needs of the communities they serve. When the Seattle Public Library System was awarded the 2020 Library of the Year Award and was recognized in a survey by 91% of respondents as an essential community service, like roads and schools. Last year, when I moved back to Atlanta, where I had lived since starting Emory Law School in 1977, I wanted to be part of a library foundation that could build upon, enhance, and celebrate the successes of the Fulton County Library System. Next slide, please. Where all 34 branches of the library system have been built or renovated into the libraries of today and tomorrow, thanks to the $275 million bond referendum approved by the county in 2008, where during the last year and a half of a devastating pandemic, the library has been a truly essential resource, lending hotspots and Chromebooks and digital access to those who wouldn't otherwise have it, where under the leadership of Gail Holloman, the executive director of the library, Fulton County libraries were invited into hundreds of thousands of homes and stepped in to enhance all manner of learning, job training, employment searches, research, and entertainment that we all depended on. Where library staff went above and beyond, serving as poll workers during elections, providing information to citizens about COVID-19 testing and vaccine locations, as well as helping to staff those locations. To paraphrase you, Chairman Pitts, branch libraries are the lifeblood of our communities, and that is why libraries are the most popular service provided by Fulton County to its residents. The Atlanta Fulton Public Library Foundation's mission is to work in partnership with the library system to secure its future as an indispensable community resource through advocacy, raising public awareness, and generating private funding. I'm often asked how our foundation board differs from the library board of trustees. As you can see from the chart, the library foundation is privately funded. It is an independent, nonprofit 501c3 corporation whose purpose is to raise funds and enhance the library system's resources, and whose board is comprised of volunteers. The Library Foundation is not a part of Fulton County government and has no authority or control over the library operations. On the other hand, the Library Board of Trustees is, of course, a public governmental agency created by Georgia law, made up of 8 appointed officials, 7 of whom are appointed by this commission, whose mandate is to hire and supervise the performance of the library system director and to supervise the budgeting of the funds that have been designated by the Fulton County Commission for operation of the library system and its facilities. Not on the chart, but very important, are the privately organized Friends groups, which are volunteer organizations supporting individual library branches with fundraisers such as book sales and community-oriented events. Next slide, please. While the foundation has been around since 1988, 2 years ago, our board convened a growth committee of education, business, and other community leaders to develop a growth plan to map our future. Their recommendations included 4 areas of focus: development, community relations, programming, and governance. First and foremost, we are a fundraising organization focused on raising money through private individuals and philanthropic foundations and businesses. An important step in generating support is friend raising, building community relations and partnerships with other county organizations, helping Fulton County residents understand and utilize the many services that the library system provides, and making the library branches a place of gathering for all. In the area of programming, the foundation has supported summer reading, Wi-Fi hotspots, Chromebooks, anti-bullying, and will be funding many programs in connection with the Central Library reopening, and we'll be talking about that in a little bit. But we've already had some major accomplishments. We've hired our first full-time executive director, Arthi Sharma, another graduate of Emory Law School, and someone who has devoted her professional life to education at the Georgia Department of Education and the Georgia Charter Schools Association. Arthi brings years of experience working to build community partnerships, as well as government and business relationships, and is a passionate lover of libraries. I'm also happy to announce that we have expanded our foundation board by adding 5 new community business and education leaders from the Growth Committee to further enhance our fundraising and advocacy initiatives. One of the most meaningful achievements resulting from this growth plan is that we have been able to raise private funds to enable the library to conduct a comprehensive strategic planning process. The foundation formed a strategic planning task force with Gail Holloman and key library personnel, representatives from the Library Board of Trustees, and representatives from our foundation board. We have employed Greenway Strategies Group, a woman-owned, Atlanta-based strategic consulting firm, to facilitate the strategic planning process, which, next slide. There we go. To facilitate the strategic planning process, which will happen in 3 phases. The analysis phase, which began in July and will run through the end of October, the strategy development phase from November through January, and action planning, which will go through the end of March. This process will rely heavily on robust stakeholder and community engagement. We are hoping to hear from over 200 stakeholders, including county officials and key personnel, education, health, and service nonprofits, as well as businesses, patrons, and community leaders. Greenway Strategy Group will conduct focus groups and individual interviews in all districts of the county. So our ask to all of you is to give the task force your input and suggestions and direct us to people in your districts who would like to be part of this conversation. You can contact me, you could contact our executive director, and we would love to have your information, people that you think would be important voices to be heard in this process. Once the library completes its strategic plan, it will form the basis of the foundation's fundraising and marketing efforts to support the library's programming and services. Next slide, please. For the fun part. Last but certainly not least, as you know, Central Library is reopening after extensive renovation and reinvention on September 24th. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reintroduce Fulton County residents to the iconic Central Library, to see what the library of the future looks like, and showcase the services and experiences the library is uniquely situated to provide. To that end, we've been working with Ms. Holloman and key library staff to present a year of programming in celebration of Central. Starting with opening week, There will be parties and events funded by the Library Foundation. In the winter, look for book clubs and events around a Fulton Reads program, bringing the entire community together to read one book, Cast by Isabel Wilkerson, and to engage in community discussions throughout the library branches and greater Fulton County. The Fulton Reads event will culminate in an appearance by Ms. Wilkerson, funded by the foundation, to talk about her book on March 27th at Central. Later in the spring, the foundation will fund a children's literature and film festival. And throughout the year, there will be a variety of author lectures, performances, culinary demonstrations, art exhibits and collections, and other events throughout the library space. The foundation funds all of these events through money we raise through private individuals, businesses, and foundations. Next slide. I hope that you can see how excited we are about our partnership with the library and the positive effect these initiatives will have on Fulton County. A thriving library foundation supported by a library system that our county needs and deserves is essential to the county's vision and mission of providing a rich quality of life to all of its citizens. And I'd be very happy to answer questions if you have time. And I'd also like to introduce our Executive Director, Arthi Sharma.
And Ms. Kilberg, you have a couple of distinguished members, I think, up here behind those masks. If they could come on down here.
I'd like to, I don't need to introduce Ms. Holloman, but of course she has been crucial to everything we have been trying to do. And the work that she has done with the library, I think we can all agree, over the past year and a half during this pandemic has been extraordinary. And I'd like to recognize her participation. And also in the audience is Chip Joyner, who is the chair of the Library Board of Trustees. And Chip, I hope I did a good job of explaining the Library Board of Trustees. Thank you very much. And also in the audience is Nina Radakovich, who is also on the Board of Trustees and our past chair of the Library Foundation. So without all of them, none of this would be possible.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Hausman.
Well, I am happy to see all of you here and glad to know that we have everyone on the same page, or at least working towards getting everyone on the same page. How do the funds raised by the foundation apply to the library, or what is the agreement between the entities as far as how the funds will be used and all of those different things?
Do you want to step in?
Sure. So it depends. It's on a case-by-case basis depending on the project, right? So right now we're funding strategic planning, and AFPLF has funded all of that. We're working towards funding parts of reopening. So we're funding a VIP reception on Thursday evening, as well as a young professionals event on Friday evening. And we're working collaboratively with the library to fund a family fun day on Saturday. So it really has been thus far, project to project. We do historically fund the summer reading program. And so as we move out of the strategic planning process, we're hoping that there'll be a core group of activities that are central to the library's mission and vision that then AFPLF partners on and consistently fundraises for over time, annually and periodically as needed.
And I would just like to say one other thing. One of the advantages we have is we can make direct payments to the vendors and to the people that we're hiring to do these things so that the funds do not have to necessarily go through the library.
Okay, awesome. All right, I would just love to see some type of formal agreement or something between, I don't know, the trustees or Fulton County or the foundation somehow to just really address how the funds raised will be used going forward. I think we ought to.
Nina, would you like to speak to that?
We've discussed that before. We've discussed that before as far as having a form of a memorandum of understanding, and many library foundations do that, and we actually have a file of models, but that's never been on the front burner. But it is a good idea to officially memorialize what the relationship is. So I think we should work on that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Nina. And in fact, Commissioner, in Seattle, we had such a memorandum of understanding that we are working on to move forward here as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next speaker, Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, thank you. And again, I want to echo the comments about thanking you for all the good work you do. Whatever your role is, supporting our libraries, it's greatly appreciated. I think over the pandemic, we've seen just how appreciated they are. Even when folks could only get drive-by service, it was still very much a need. And I know folks are really anxious to have their libraries fully back and utilize them as the community centers that we all know that they really are today. So I want to thank you for each of you, your part in that. And they're beautiful. They're beautiful now. And so, Gail, you and your team and our construction team, they're just fantastic. So we can't wait to really be able to, you maximize them when the pandemic hopefully one day will actually be over. You mentioned a couple of, I think, fundraising events that are coming up, young professionals, and I think you said VIPs. Are these for your current donors? Are you're trying to get new involvement? Tell us about those events.
So one of the things we're doing, again, this is just a tremendous opportunity to reintroduce people to the library and let them know how important it is to our community. So the VIP event that we spoke about for Thursday night is purely a foundation event to recognize and thank our past donors and to include people that we hope will become donors and want to show them what the library is all about and what part they can play in its success.
And your young professionals event?
I think we need Arthi to speak to that.
Yeah, so really want to clarify that we're also trying to get people of influence and community recognition, right? The library is really about bringing people together. And we want to make sure that everyone feels warm and welcome in this space and reintroduce it to them, just as you said, as a community hub. And both the VIP reception and the young professional reception are a part of that, right? And in your folder, there is a save the date to the VIP reception with the invitation to follow. And of course, we hope that you all will join us. And the young professional event is kind of the same thing, but targeted towards more of the next emerging group of leaders within our community.
Well, I do think you'd find a lot of support here on the Board of Commissioners, so utilize us if we can be of assistance to you.
We would love to. Thank you so much.
And then I couldn't help but notice your name is not the same as our library system name any longer. We are now the Fulton County Library System that was changed legislatively maybe 10 years ago. So I don't know if y'all have considered changing your name as well to match up with the library system name, but just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. We'll definitely take that into consideration.
All right, other questions or comments?
If you can email us these flyers so we can better be able to distribute them.
We'll be emailing you official invitations. This is a save the date to make sure it's on your calendars, but thank you, we will do that.
All right, thank you all very much, and we thank you for everything that you do for us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Commissioner Arrington, we really appreciate it.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Back on page 12, Commissioners' action items. 2 items to be heard together. The first one, 21-0467. Request approval of resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners amending and clarifying the per diem allotment available for the Board of Directors of the Development Authority of Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Morris. Also on page 12, 21-0579. Request approval of a resolution establishing a set payment of $250 per day for members of Fulton County boards, committees, authorities, and commissions, where commissioners make appointments, establishing exceptions for these entities where payments are established by state statute, law, or regulation, and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Okay. So I'm not sure how we're going to do this. We've heard them together, so they seem to conflict. So what's, Commissioner Arrington, you asked for these to be taken together or discussed together?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to allow Commissioner Morris to go first if he so desires. I just don't know how we can adopt one policy for one board and have different policies for all other boards. Since I've been on this commission, I have time and time again asked for uniformity between our boards and how they are treated. We have some boards that get $1,500 a month. We have others that get $100 per meeting, some that get $250 per meeting, some that get $200 a day. There is no uniformity. And so my position is that we should come up with a comprehensive, uniform plan to address all of these boards, authorities, task force, committees, in lieu of approaching them in a random and haphazard or knee-jerk reaction to. I don't think we should be doing stuff as a knee-jerk reaction based upon somebody who lost a lawsuit and went to the newspaper. We should have a comprehensive and thorough plan as to how we address these people. It is not fair to ask one person to volunteer their time and hours away from their family and their job and pay them nothing and ask another person to volunteer their time and their hours and pay them $100 or $150 or $250. The reason that I suggested $250 is because that was the highest amount that I saw for a per day amount. I don't think you level down people. I think you level up people. So you bring everyone up to the highest level that is out there. You don't take people down. These rates haven't even been looked at or considered probably in 20 or 30 years. So the idea that you're going to take someone's rate down after 30 years, despite inflation, doesn't really make sense. So again, I think the important thing is to level everyone up, to get as many of these boards and authorities as we can. And I think, Mr. Manager or Hakeem, I think someone has some analysis on the cost implications of what it would take in order to pay these boards and authorities. Now, the other thing that's mindful is that the money for the development authority members does not come out of any public funds. It does not come out of any Fulton County budget. They are a complete and separate state entity. And so they pay their own. I've never really heard of such. They are a complete separate entity. We are responsible for establishing the amount of compensation that they can receive. But they are a complete and separate entity. So again, I can't value one person's time, energy, and effort over another. So either everybody should be all free and volunteer with no compensation, or everybody should all get the same amount of compensation, whatever that is.
Okay, Madam Clerk, now help me out. When you read the 0467, Commissioner Morris made a motion to approve, and that's not here.
Okay.
It disappeared.
And I signed up in the queue, and then Commissioner Abdur-Rahman signed up in the queue as well on that one. and then they disappeared when the clerk read the second one.
Was probably, Mr. Chair, maybe because the two items are being read together, so and for her to go on to the next item, it probably did that, the computer system, so.
All right, so the
But we can go back to
0467. There was a motion to approve 0467. But I understand what Commissioner Arrington is saying. It's probably what happened from a technical point of view.
Just as a point of order, we really ought to, they're not going to be taken and voted on together, so we
No.
ought to take the first one first.
Yeah, that's what we're
But
going to
I'm
do.
happy to make some comments about the second one as well when I get in the queue.
All right, so can you put up 0467?
Okay, we're going back.
And I'd like it for the Hakeem or the county manager to share with us the information about
Okay.
the cost.
Okay, we're back on 467.
Okay, I'm still waiting to hear about the numbers.
Commissioner, hi, good afternoon. I prepared the schedule last week and then forwarded them to you. Based on the analysis that we did, we estimated that it will cost $1,327,000 to pay all the board members at $250.
$1 million what?
$1,327,000 and $500,000, some change.
Was the Development Authority included in that number?
Yes.
But so then that number would be inaccurate because we don't pay anything for the Development Authority. They pay their own per diems because they're a separate entity.
All we did was just to try to do the analysis based on the request that we received. So, and the amount estimated for Development Authority is $27,000.
Okay, so we could theoretically we could remove that
We can remove that amount.
27,000 from the 1.3
Exactly.
number that you mentioned.
Mhm.
All right, and then Madam Attorney, does the Development Authority law, I know it gives us the power to set the rate. Do we have any other power outside of setting the rate? I mean, this is a separate state entity. Obviously, boards have a certain right to govern themselves and to set rules for themselves. What other specific powers outside of the right to set compensation do we have?
The only provision provides for the Board of Commissioners setting the per diem. But other than that, there isn't anything else that the Board of Commissioners would do with respect to the Development Authority
That in the resolution or in the law?
in the law.
In the law. So we only have the right to set the per diem.
Well, yes, you have the right to set the per diem, correct, because that's specifically what the provision says.
Do we have the right to limit any other compensation that members may receive? Does the state
Well,
law give us that right and authority?
The law limits the compensation that they can receive to the per diem set by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. So they wouldn't be entitled to any compensation over and above what the Board of Commissioners sets.
Okay, but so to the extent then that this resolution 0467 attempts to do things other than set the per diem rate, how is that comply, or is that compliant with state law? If state law says we only can set the per diem rate, how can we go do A, B, C, D, E, F, G in our resolution? If state law says we can only do A, how do we get the power to do B, C, D, and F as proposed by this resolution?
Let me find the law.
Because if I hear what you're saying state law limits the amount that they can receive to the per diem. So then now we're trying to double and triple down on that and provide other limits that I don't understand. I don't believe that state law delineates or gives us the power to do.
I've got a couple of responses to that when it's my turn.
Yeah. So OCGA 3662.5 provides that the director shall receive no compensation for their services, but shall be reimbursed for their actual expenses incurred in the performance of their duties. However, in counties having a population of 550,000 or more, according to the 1980 census, or any future census, then in that case, they shall be paid a per diem allowance to be determined by the governing authority of such counties for each day or part thereof spent in the performance of their duties. So the provision is that they will not receive compensation but for the size of Fulton County. They would then be entitled to a per diem based on an amount determined by the governing authority, which is the Board of Commissioners. And that is the only provision in here with respect to reimbursement or payment.
So my understanding, I'm happy to let Commissioner Morris speak. My understanding then is the only authority we have is to set the per diem.
Well, if the question is whether the Board of Commissioners has the authority to ask them because that they be required to provide financial information, is that your?
Well, I'm just asking what authority does the statute give the governing authority? What authority is specifically listed by law?
Well, there is no authority listed here, but there's nothing here that either that prohibits the Board of Commissioners from requesting that they provide information regarding their financial information. And the basis for that, you recall, is the Board of Ethics. I mean, not the Board of Ethics, the Code of Ethics. There is a provision in the Code of Ethics that provides that certain the commissioners, certain employees, certain members of boards and authorities be required to submit a financial statement. So although it isn't in this particular code section, there is authority for requesting that particular, the financial information. Was there something else you were concerned about?
Well, I'm just trying to I want to make sure that the resolution complies with the law. And so I'm asking, what authority does the law give us so that I can make sure that we are in compliance with the law?
Well, you will recall that the Board of Commissioners has the authority to make rules and regulations and other matters. And so that's how we sort of have our code of ordinances, because the Board of Commissioners has that authority. And
Yes, but doesn't the Development Authority Board have the same authority to create and develop rules to govern its structure and operations?
it certainly could. So I think that they're coextensive.
Okay.
All the more reason to make sure it's important that there is no overlap between the two.
All right. Come on, Commissioner Morris.
If Mr. Harrington is, thank you.
Please, please.
Yeah, just one thing preliminarily. I think we could disagree as to whether the Development Authority, when it spends its money on per diems or otherwise, is or is not expending taxpayer money. They get all of their money, in effect, through abatements of property taxes. And if they did not spend those property taxes on those investments, they would not receive a portion of it back in the form of their fees and have that money. So I think it really is taxpayer money that they have. But we can agree to disagree about that. I have passed out a proposed revision. I was going to make the amendment by deleting that line that I've scratched through on your copies. I'm convinced, Commissioner Arrington and others, that that the Development Authority is indeed working hard on reform. I was very encouraged by their last meeting. They've made an awful lot of progress, and I was heartened by it. So I am happy to remove my proposed limitation for the per diem to be applicable only to full board meetings, so that, and again, they're going to post them quarterly. I call for it here to be posted twice a year, so theirs is even tighter than this one, and I think that's great. So I think the transparency is going to be there, and I'm happy for them to go ahead and have the per diem when they do legitimate business as board members, whatever the per diem is going to be. On the resolution about additional compensation, again, the Law Department drafted this for me, so I hope it's legal, that this is just a recitation of state law. It's not more restrictive than state law. And of course, we know that the current interim director is receiving additional compensation, which may be contrary to state law based upon what was read. But I don't want to cause any continued problems with that, so I'm also proposing that if this is approved today, that we make it effective, not today, as it recites, but effective September 1, so that I'm not going to interfere with the continuation of the interim director's compensation. So I would propose those two amendments. And finally, and as a sponsor, I hope it's fine for me to just include those here before us now. But finally, Commissioner Arrington, in response to whether we have the power to do some of this stuff with respect to the per diem, I think probably what was driving the Law Department a little bit about this is it seems to me that if we set the per diem, we can set some conditions on when it ought to be paid. And that's really what some of this was trying to do. But again, just a recitation of state law, so I don't think it's any conflict. And then finally, we appoint these folks, and arguably we can make some of these provisions that we want to impose conditions on our appointments. Otherwise, we're not going to appoint the folks that aren't going to follow them. So anyway, I don't think it's a problem. I assume the Law Department doesn't think it's a problem since they drafted this for me. And I've gone ahead and made the motion to approve with those two amendments, deleting the limitation for full board meetings and making it effective September 1. They've already had their last meeting, so I think September 1st would be a good date for this too. And really the important thing is, I mean, this has been hanging over those folks' head since the news reports. And we just need to resolve it, let them get on with their business, and I hope that we can do that, and I hope you all will support the proposal.
Okay, here's where we are. There's a motion to approve 21-0467, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Houseman. Before us is the amendment which deletes line, line 37 on the second page, payable only for attendance at duly scheduled and publicly noticed meetings of the full. That's stricken. And the effective date on page 3, line 49 shall become effective on September 1st, 2021. So that's what's before us now. The lineup, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Vice Chair Hall, back to Commissioner Arrington, and to Commissioner Houseman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try to be brief as best as possible. I am really sick and tired of this, and with all due respect, the Development Authority continues to take a black eye, whether justified or not. I was very clear in my opinions that I stated at the last meeting that a lot of this stuff was going on for a long time. Does that make it right? Well, it's subjective to the person who feels like it's right or wrong. Being the representative of the area that has been overlooked, I take issue with wanting to get rid of something when it's time for the promise to the south side. And so, did we have some bad apples? Do we still have some bad apples? Only time will tell. But I think, first of all, the budget, the money that is coming from the money from the authority. And to give the appearance that this is taxpayer money that we're just spending frivolously is incorrect. However, reform has started on that board. I know it to be true. And so to move in the sense of collaboration of what is fair is to move forward, to keep the board in place, especially when it's time for the promise to the south side to be kept. Can we undo what has happened in the past? No. But is it fair that those moving forward should wear a scarlet letter because of their predecessors? No. Is that fair for the ones such as my appointee and the new appointees and the appointees that's on there now, but especially the ones that are looking to try to work forward for them to get less? It's not fair. But in the sake of transparency of what has happened in the black eye, I believe that it should be a change in it. I think you're too low, my colleague. I would ask that a friendly amendment of at least a minimum of 150, because it's unfair to penalize those that have done the work, and it's unfair to penalize those that have come on the board to reform it, that they should not get what they should get. Now, Commissioner Arrington, I agree with you. How do you figure out who gets what, when, and how? I agree with that. But I also would be remiss if I did not say that in the sake of moving on and putting this to bed, and I want to let the public know, I will wholeheartedly fight any attempts at the state to get rid of this development authority, because the promise of fairness from one end of Fulton County to the other will be provided by this board. And so I would say a friendly amendment of, I would like to put forward of $150 at a minimum.
Do you accept that, Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I picked the 105 because that's as the paper suggested, the per diem that the Board of Regents receives at running billions of dollars, and our MARTA appointees get the 105 per diem. But Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, I will accept that friendly amendment. It's
All right.
not a big deal, and
Friendly amendment has been accepted now, so it's 150. All right, Vice Chair Hall?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Morris, you said, how did you come to that figure? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly.
of the 105,
Mm-hmm.
that's the fee, that's the per diem set for the Board of Regents, which manages billions and billions of dollars, and our MARTA appointees on the MARTA board, including our Fulton County appointees. It's 105. But I'm okay with the friendly amendment at 150. It's a
150
great
it is.
compromise, I think, and we just need to move on.
Okay, and since we're hearing both of these together, 467 and 479, and Commissioner Arrington's is in conflict with that, Commissioner Arrington, do you accept that $150 as a per diem?
I'm glad to hear Commissioner Morris base it, that amount off of trying to be uniform with other boards that exist. I'm happy to accept that now, I guess, as a temporary fix to a bigger problem that I still believe needs to be addressed.
I agree.
With our boards.
Okay.
And I think that perhaps, not just getting something passed, but I think a unanimous vote on this will also send a strong message. So I'm happy to accept that as a compromise, and I still want to leave the other item on there, but we may want to give ourselves some more time to come up with the resolution after seeing all of those numbers.
When you say the other item, do you mean your item number 579?
Yes, my item 579, as far as coming up with some uniformity for all of our
All
boards and
boards.
authorities.
Okay, so do you want 579 held then?
Yes. Yes, please. Yes. My only point was, as far as her question, I'm happy to accept the 150 today as a temporary fix for the development authority so that we can move on. I don't know that I'm happy to accept that as a final fix for addressing all of the issues and the uniformity with all of our boards.
All
Okay,
right.
now Commissioner Arrington was responding to Commissioner Hall's question, and Vice Chair Hall has the floor.
All right, and I do see Kyle Lamont, you're here on behalf of Marty Turpo?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here on behalf of the board.
Okay, I do have a question for you then. I know that these boards all do different things, and honestly, I don't know the costs that are incurred by the board members when they're trying to serve on the boards unless they tell me. So can you just give me some indication of what exactly do you incur charges doing? And what are those charges specifically, those costs to you out of your pocket?
Well, the expenses can vary per appointed member because we represent all of the county. So if there's someone that represents Johns Creek and they have to do a site visit in Palmetto, that will require extensive amount of travel, time, and gas. And so those apply very differently per the director or per the need, but also extensive time, meetings, and travel time.
Okay, and I was told that the Development Authority of Fulton County adjusted some things, like you did an adjustment recently on the policy, your per diem policy, and reimbursable expenses, I think it's called.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am. Very similar to what Commissioner Morris has highlighted as reimbursable. But other than that, we have clearly defined what is allowable for per diem use and what is allowable for expenses to be reimbursed.
Okay, have we received that information directly?
Yes, ma'am. Before our last Board of Commissioners meeting, we emailed those items out to the commissioners.
Great, thank you. So I do have a question because I want to make sure that everybody understands and that it's upfront. Where does the money come from that the Development Authority of Fulton County uses to pay their per diems?
It is derived from the fees that are incurred when we issue tax bonds.
Okay, so it's fees from the tax bonds being issued, which still is our constituents' money. So I just want to make sure we were clear on that because some people say, oh, well, it's not the taxpayers' money, but it really is at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ayers, you want to be heard again?
Just briefly, the money that's paid for the per diems does not come from the general fund of Fulton County, does it?
It does not come from Fulton County's general fund.
It doesn't come from any funds that is operated, managed by this, or governed by this board, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I think, I'm happy, it sounds like we've got a good compromise here. I do not think the problem was the amount of money. The problem was the abuse by people in charge. And I think with all of the press and all of the eyes that are now on this, I don't believe that opportunity for abuse is still available. And I can't imagine that anyone would try to abuse it at this point. But again, I don't think that the amount was the problem. I think the abuse was the problem. And, you know, I'm glad that you all took steps on your own to address that abuse back as early as November 2020. And so I think that is the other thing that's important, is that you all were already moving towards reform. And now with additional appointees and new members, that effort is continuing. And, you know, I believe each board needs the opportunity to have its own room to set its own rules. And so I look forward to you all continuing to operate. Certainly, Development Authority of Fulton County is needed, and we look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Houseman, then we'll vote.
Yes, thank you for being here, Mr. Lamont. Good to see you. You all have suspended currently your per diem, is that correct?
That is correct.
When did you make that suspension?
I believe it was the end of June, the beginning of June.
So-
Maybe the month earlier. I don't know the exact date.
So for June, July, and now August, you have been volunteering your services, all of you on the board.
Yes, ma'am.
So commissioners, I don't think that's fair.
I'm fine with allowing it to be, the compensation amount to be retroactive. I think you better ask Commissioner Martin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Arrington. That's really what I was getting at, because the folks that have been serving and trying to right this ship have not been getting anything for their services. So I would like to make a friendly amendment that it's retroactive and that this ordinance takes effect today, not September 1st.
Now that's unfriendly.
Why is that unfriendly?
Just a minute, everybody, just a minute. Now, the
Again,
question, just a minute.
sorry.
The question is whether Commissioner Morris will accept the friendly amendment that's been offered by Commissioner Houseman. It's a yes or no.
Well, I've suggested that this be effective September 1. If we do that, we'll need to have two effective dates here, I guess, or some kind of provision that effective September 1st, they're going to be able to go back and retroactively take these per diems. It's not a great big issue to me, Commissioner Hausman, but the fact is there were no, it wasn't they suspended them, there were no legal per diems because this board had never set one in its history, apparently. So it isn't that, and again, the development authorities in Cobb and Gwinnett and Invest Atlanta, they pay nothing, and these folks do all of this. And I know Mr. Turpo talked about the big staff at Invest Atlanta, but I've said before publicly, those citizens serve on 3 or 4 committees each. and they visit each site most of the time. And it isn't just the bonds for title sites. They have TAD grant sites. And so they may have 10, 15 sites in a given meeting, sometimes more. So I don't think it's a great big deal. If that's really important to everybody to make it retroactive, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment, again, to get this behind us and move this forward and let this board continue.
So retroactive to when?
I don't know when you suspended it. I know there's a lot of work that's been
So
going on.
when was it suspended? I mean, I can't imagine that, what, 3 months ago?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's what, $450 gonna make a difference? I serve on 20 different boards, don't get a dime. But if that will satisfy the Development Authority, you accept it.
Well, the other issue, though, come to think of it, is there are people who were on the board back when it was suspended. Are we going to give those ex-members now that money? I just think it messes it up a little bit. So
I think it's only been suspended for like a month. I think it's been suspended for a month or less.
Oh, it's,
Can you
no.
confirm?
How about if we compromise and make it effective today? They have not met for August.
The effective
I'm in the
today
queue
is
to-
a problem. The effective today is a problem because Commissioner Morris's amendment was to make it effective September 1. And I think we almost had general consensus on that. I think there's general consensus on maybe making it retroactive to however many were suspended. But when you start talking about changing the effective date, you're going to lose me.
All right, whatever's the cleanest
All right.
way to do it.
I will, with great courtesy, reject your friendly amendment.
So with that being the case, it's 150, correct?
I had another comment after that.
And I'm in the
Mr.
queue, Chair.
All right. This is getting silly now. All right, Commissioner Houseman, you still have the floor, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and back to Commissioner Arrington.
The per diems were suspended on June the 18th.
Sir?
The per diems were suspended on June 18th.
June 8th, so June, what is this, July? So $150.
All right, so we've settled that. It's not going to happen, and that,
Okay, all right.
I
Commissioner
made my
Houseman, you still have
request.
the floor.
It didn't go anywhere, that's fine. I have a question for our attorney. You're talking about the authority level that we have, and we've clearly identified that the funds that the Development Authority currently have, I believe 7 million something that's currently available. Mr. Lamont, I don't know if you can verify that or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Art is taxpayer produced funds through the fees from the bond for title program. Do we have the authority to make any requirements on how that money is spent as a Board of Commissioners? Could we designate that it all goes for economic development purposes or something along those lines?
I'm not aware of anything that would allow the Board of Commissioners to make those types of decisions. The provision that created the Development Authority doesn't speak to that. It just speaks to there being an urgent need to create it, that you needed to have a board of directors that would be put in place by the members of the Board of Commissioners. It says how many directors there would be. So there isn't anything that speaks to that.
So it's silent. We always get in trouble when it's silent. I would like for us to investigate that further. I would like for us to look at how other development authorities in our state are structured with how their fees are spent or utilized. Because I think you'll find other counties and cities in the state that have development authorities do have requirements for their development authority. You may ultimately make the decisions, but there's categories that money can be spent on. So I would like for us to investigate that and perhaps come back with some sort of plan that we can discuss with the Development Authority. I think we should do it jointly. But I do think that's significant resources that should be used for economic development purposes within our county. And I don't know that we've done a really great job of that historically. So that's what I'd like to see us do.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try to be brief as possible. This body did not suspend the DM. The actual body that suspendedly, or more importantly, the chair was the one that suspended it. And so I'm not sure even if we are in the scope of retroactively doing something that we did not suspend. And so at the end of the day, if the chair decides to retroactively do it until September 1st, I will support it, and I want to go on record as to why. This gentleman that's been standing in front of us, as well as other individuals, never stopped working. Even though they did not get the DM, they did not sit down and not work. They continued to work. So I think it's only fair that something that we did not suspend, if they decide that they have started already working on reform, we've came to a consensus today that as of September 1st, the 150 will be temporarily agreed to. I think that ability to retroactively do it should be left with the ones that suspended it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Arrington?
Just briefly, I couldn't agree more, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. And we've got to respect the independency of this board and the decisions that they make. And, you know, how can we unsuspend something that they suspended? We are certainly overstepping our authority, and I think the county attorney would tell us that we are doing that. You know, I'm happy that I think we've reached a happy medium and that everyone will be in agreement with. And I look forward again to going forward and trying to find some uniformity for as many boards as we can. And you know, using Commissioner Morris's model of using the state regents and other boards, looking for uniformity. What is the pattern? How do we pattern these alike? How do we treat Fulton County residents similarly? There's no reason to treat any Fulton County resident any different than we treat another Fulton County resident.
And I just want to add some clarity in regards to the suspension of the per diems. They were suspended while we had the opportunity to research the legality thereof and to allow this body to set the amount while the board members were still recording whatever meeting dates they had. And so we suspended them while still recording our board meetings as meetings, essentially.
Okay, any other comments? If not, the motion before us is to approve. Let's vote, please. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Okay, we're going to Commissioner Arrington's
He wants to
579.
hold.
Yes, I can hold mine so that we can have further discussion. Hakeem, did you distribute that report to everyone already, or can you?
No, Commissioner. I will send it to all the commissioners.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful as we further discussion on uniformity between the boards.
All right, so we're holding 0579. So back up to 0526, Madam Clerk.
Yes, 21-0526, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Division 2 of the Code of Laws of Fulton County relating to Code of Ethics to require the filing of an annual income financial disclosure statement from members of the Development Authority of Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
All right, motion is to
One up on the board.
what? 0526? 0526.
Okay.
We're holding, all right, here's where we are. Just a minute. Let me preside, please. 0579 is being held. So now we're on back up to 0526, which is not what's on the screen.
Can I make a question about 579 since Commissioner Arrington asked for more information?
Yes?
While you're providing that information, Hakeem, could you please also include whatever requirements a board member might have to meet legally? I know the Board of Tax Assessors, for example, has to meet certain legal requirements to serve, and they give up the right to work in Fulton County. So I think that some of these boards are not equal in what's required of service. So if you could include that with whatever you send us.
Commissioner, the estimate that we did actually assumed that the Board of Assessors will be maintained at $1,500 or so per meeting.
Okay, I haven't seen that report, so that's why I'm just saying, I want to
Yeah.
make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. Thank you.
All right, 0526 is on the screen now. Sound it again, Madam Clerk.
26, request approval.
Speak up, Madam Clerk.
Request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Division 2 of the Code of Laws of Fulton County relating to the Code of Ethics to require the filing of an annual income financial disclosure statement from members of the Development Authority of Fulton County and for other purposes,
All right, the
sponsored by
motion is
Commissioner
to
Morris.
approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any questions, comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0578, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 101, Article 2, Section 101-66 of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances regarding the procedural rules for public comment to allow for public comments to be heard via multiple means and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioners Abdul Rahman, Hall, and Ellis.
All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Vice Chair Hall.
I just want to address something that was said during the public comment this morning, and someone assumed that everyone would not have the ability to speak, and that is not true. I want to explain that whoever does not speak within that maximum time limit at the beginning of the BOC meeting will then be able to either submit it in writing and have it heard later on, or speak at the end of the meeting where there is no maximum time limit. They do have the 2 minutes, but there's not a maximum time limit. So everyone does get the opportunity to speak with
Thank you,
this
Vice Chair.
ordinance.
Thank you. All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 1 abstention.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
21-0580, request approval of a resolution requiring beginning with fiscal year 2022, the operating budget of revenues and expenditures for Fulton County be submitted to the Board of Commissioners prior to approval of the proposed millage rate and requiring the proposed millage rate be based upon the budget request of county departments and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Colleagues, I brought this forward and would love to, hear from you on this. At the last meeting, we heard that we had the lowest millage rate ever. And shortly thereafter, we heard that we were about to have to let 1,500 murderers and rapists go. And so those two things should never exist. We should not have to, it doesn't do us any good to have the lowest millage rate ever if it's gonna cost letting go 1,500 murderers and rapists. We do our budgets wrong. We do our budgets based off of revenue, how much money we think is going to come in. Budgets should be based off of expenses. How much do we think we're gonna have to spend? How much does our police department need? How much does our sheriff need? How much does our DA need? Our public defender? How much money do they need? We need to hear from them about the money that they need before we start talking about setting a millage rate. We might have to set the millage rate higher if the expenses are going to be higher. It seems completely backwards to set our budgets the way we set them. Every year is based off of anticipated revenue. Oh, this is how much we think Arthur Ferdinand's gonna bring in. He's gonna collect 97% of this amount. The budget should be based off of our needs. Our needs are based off of our departments and the amount of money that they request. It's not about, oh, let's shave 5% or 4% off of last year's budget. Certainly, we want to keep taxes as low as we can. And I want to apologize to Commissioner Hausman. At the last meeting, I used a word regarding this subject, and she believes that it was directed at her, and so I apologize for doing that, Commissioner Hausman. Certainly was not intending to curse at you. I was cursing at a situation that would allow us to possibly let go of 1,500 murderers and rapists and at the same time celebrate that we've got the lowest millage rate ever. With what we have going on right now in our city, in our county, in our state, there's no way that we could talk about letting these people go. And maybe, it seems maybe we found out that it's not necessarily, it may or it may not be the amount or the budget, it might just be the people not cooperating or the rules not allowing people to cooperate with minor requests. And so hopefully we have gotten rid of any and all impediments that might prevent our district attorney or our sheriff from hiring the people that they need to hire. Certainly this is an emergency. Certainly this is now a COVID-related emergency. It may not have been COVID-related before COVID, but it certainly now is a COVID-related emergency, which should allow us to suspend any and all rules to make sure that they get the people that they need right now, today. Hopefully they were able to hire people since the last meeting. But I apologize again, Commissioner Hausman, particularly if you thought that I was cursing at you. That was not my intent. But I'd love to hear from you all about basing our budget off of our needs, off of the needs of our department, and then setting a millage rate. I think that is the proper way to do it. Budgets actually are not just based on expenses, they're based on expenses and revenue. But the way we set ours now is based simply on revenue, not on any of our needs. And I think it's very important that we include our needs and our expenses before we start deciding how we're going to set our millage rate.
All right, anybody want to comment? Madam CFO, do you have anything? Well, wait a minute, here we go. Commissioner Vice Chair Hall, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and Commissioner Hausman.
Well, I don't want to jump in front of if any of the county executives wanted to respond to that. No? Did Sharon? Okay. Yeah, I'll go after you say what you have to say.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I certainly understand Commissioner Arrington's perspective and his point of view on this. And historically, the way in which we've approached presenting the budget is, of course, to receive the input from the departments on what their budget requests are representative of their needs, and then looking at the resources that we have available to meet those needs. And when we present the budget, we're required by law to present a balanced budget, and we use the fund balance that we have available outside of the board's fund balance reserve resolution. And then we make assumptions on what's going to happen with the tax digest. 80% of the county's revenue comes from property taxes, which is based on the value of the tax digest as well as the millage rate that's assumed. And we try to keep it balanced in the context of not raising the millage rate unless it is to provide for additional services or things like when the Board of Commissioners wanted to implement the incremental compensation strategy. We built that into our model so that we would be able to identify that need to you and present a millage rate plan. From a planning perspective, we don't want our millage rate really yo-yoing too much because that becomes very difficult to manage. And we do have some budget pressures that are not annual budget pressures. For example, the elections cycle. So you do want to, have a millage rate that can support your ongoing operations every year, and then support things like elections that have higher expenses every other year. So I certainly understand Commissioner Arrington's perspective. And as I understood the resolution when I read it, we would simply present to the board, here is what all of the departments have asked for, and to fund their request, what they've asked for, based on the what is expected to happen with the tax digest, meaning the growth in the digest, what we think the collection rate will be on those taxes, and then what the other sources of revenue are that the county receives, the small amount of local option sales tax that we receive, and the other revenue, a good portion of which is generated from the court system itself. We would then present to the board what the millage rate picture would likely look like based on a set of assumptions, and identify to you whether or not that would require an actual millage rate increase, or if it could be done within the resources that the current millage rate, based on what we think the digest will look like next year, would present. So that's how I understand the resolution as written, but it's likely that the proposed budget, if historically departments have asked for upwards of $100 million more than what our resources and basic assumptions would allow for, then we would be presenting a picture that would include an actual millage rate increase.
Thank you. Okay, so the bottom line is our taxpayers need relief, and they need it bad. As we can all see from just reading the newspaper and watching what's going on in our respective districts, prices are skyrocketing. And I mean, the prices are so outrageously high, but we have neighboring states and cities that believe that our prices are wonderful for what they get for their money, coming from New York and Chicago and other places, and they are buying above what's being asked for the selling cost of these properties. So that inclines me to ask Dr. Ferdinand for a report on what does he see his projected tax, what does he think the projected tax collection will be, because people are really paying these prices. As a board, we made a decision a few years ago to try to relieve our taxpayers by passing this 5-year millage rate decrease, annual millage rate decrease, and I think that that was a good choice. And so I would not want to play around with that. I want to continue to give the taxpayers the relief that they deserve, and that's been the best way that we found to do it, based on the presentation that we asked from the county manager and county executives. However, we need to, I think it's not that we need a resolution to address the millage rate. I think what is really necessary, and this is not saying that the county manager and staff have not done this. They have literally brought presentations before us and said, here are the requests for services and programs and enhancements and everything. Here's the total cost. Here's how we can pay for it. Here's what would happen if you raise the millage rate. And you've given us all those scenarios. So I think that when I look at this resolution, the lines that stick out to me that really are what we need are lines 10 through 17, which say, provide that counties have the authority to adopt an ordinance to establish their own fiscal year and budget preparation process. And whereas pursuant to Fulton County Code Section 2-261, the county manager submits annually to the Board of Commissioners a proposed budget governing expenditures of all county funds, including capital outlay and public works projects for the following year. The county manager's submission of the proposed budget includes the budget requests of all of the county's departments, agencies, elected officials, and authorities who receive funding from the county through the budget process. And if you jump down to 22 through 25, now therefore be it resolved that beginning with fiscal year 2022, the county manager will present, I would change this submit to present, a proposed budget for any given year to the Board of Commissioners, which provides all Fulton County departments with all of their requested budget items. I think that that is really what we need to look at, to identify the funding needs, to identify and hear what are all of the services and programs and budgetary needs that are presented to the county manager. Because as we all know, over the past years, we have heard from various departments, justice partners and the like, that they are presenting to the county manager and staff one thing, and by the time it gets to us, everything is not in it. And so to eliminate that from being, we don't know if that's true or not. To eliminate that, we can maybe put a policy in place that has these lines 10 through 17, 22 through 25, that specifically say, we get to know all of the requests from the departments, agencies, elected officials, authorities, and the like. You see what I'm saying, Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, I like it.
So, can I make that a friendly amendment, or, I'm sorry. What did you say, Commissioner Hausman?
I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment. I think Commissioner Hausman was saying that we may want to hold this until we can have further discussion, but.
That's fine with me too, because I just don't think that we need to play around with the millage rate. We need to stick with what we told our residents in this county that we would do, and that is tax relief. And we are doing that by the continuous decline of our millage rate. And I think we have, until 2022? And so I think we need to stick with that, because they are going through a major financial crisis with COVID and everything, and loss of jobs and deaths in their family. And, and the increase in the property values, increasing their property taxes. I think that we need to not bother the millage rate and stick with what we already have in place.
You want to hold?
Yeah, let's hold. I mean, I don't know. Right now, if you ask people, people worry about crime, number one. They're not worried about millage rate right now. Right now, people pay twice the millage rate to make sure that none of this crime is going
Not
on.
my people. I have legacy neighborhoods northwest of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. You're talking about Vine City, English Avenue, Washington Park, Bankhead, Bolton, Grove Park, and I can go on. And they are not trying to pay anymore. They're already hurting. There are a lot of unemployed people, and they are looking forward to a millage rate going down, because that's the only relief they have right now.
I understand, but if you don't, if people don't feel safe,
Okay.
then they worry about writing
So-
no check.
Commissioner Arrington, the motion now is to hold. I'll second that motion to hold.
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you.
Abdul Rockam, you still want to be heard?
Please, thank you,
Followed
Chairman.
by Houseman and back to Arrington.
Commissioner Arrington, I'm in agreement with you in theory. However, this seems like it may cause some operational issues. It seems like the timing of when we do our millage rate and the budget would have to completely change. What would we have to do when we do our budget? Because this is what I'm saying. I commend us having a 5-year plan, but nobody on this body knew that we were going to have a pandemic when we did that. And so I clearly understand as a property owner about the millage rate. But I also understand that we're asking the county manager's office to make sure everybody comes in front of us with the funding. And so it looks to me that it would be an operational issue, but we must understand if we do not provide any other resources other than the millage rate, then how can we provide resources other than touching the millage rate? I think we have not delved or we have not done what we needed to do as a body for the homeowners. Because like I said, as a homeowner myself, I don't want the millage rate touched. But I also understand as a pandemic that nobody on this body knew about, that we are in a precarious situation with crime being as high as it is, with our courts being backlogged, that we've got to teeter that line of trying to make sure that the homeowners receive what they need to receive, but also make sure that we are trying to fund the best of our ability. And so when you're talking about a millage rate that will not or won't coincide operationally with the budget, we may need to see some other way. That's the only thing that I'm trying to impress among my colleagues here, is that it will be operational issues because they are not coinciding. And so I just wanted to go on record that I do understand as a homeowner, I'm not renting, and there's nothing wrong with renting, but I am a homeowner. And so how do we find, here again, that famous word that I like to use, a happy medium? Because when we put in that millage rate, nobody in this body knew that a pandemic was going to hit us. And so operational wise, maybe we need to do the budget at a different time. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there because we can't look at the old way of doing things dealing with a pandemic. Nobody up here has been in a pandemic unless you're older than you look. Nobody up here has been in a pandemic. And so we may need to work with the county manager and the CFO to see how maybe in the interim, not something that has to actually stay in place, but how do we address this if you are saying that the only resource that we have for the homeowner is the millage rate, for the property owner is the millage rate. And so I just want to go on record saying this is fluid, and this is going to require us to do some operational things and to, like I said, in theory, I understand what you're saying and I do support it. But how do we get to that, Commissioner Arrington, unless we truly try to look at things differently? Thank you.
All right, the motion before us is to hold, which means it's coming back. We have ample time to say anything we want to say. Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Hall, and back to Commissioner Arrington. The motion is to hold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start talking about the resolution, thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for your apology. I accept it. It doesn't excuse it, but I do accept it. I do think that had nothing to do with releasing 1,500 murders or rapists. Nobody up here wants that to happen. I think we clearly have established uniformity in our support of public safety and support of our criminal justice partners in this county. And so, you know, I accept your apology, but I don't want to have it left that, you know, anybody up here was okay with a situation that would lead to criminals being running loose on the streets, because we do not support that in any way, shape, or form. When it comes to the budget and the millage rate, I don't think we have any idea what next year's cycle is going to look like with these high home prices that Commissioner Hall just mentioned. You know, I don't know how that's going to affect the tax base, but I can only assume it's going to be sky high. If those rates or those sales prices are factored in, which naturally they should have been, we're going to have people priced out of their houses again. Some of these legacy homeowners are going to be in big trouble. So I just really think we have to proceed with caution here, because we don't know what the impacts are going to be. But back to the fact of, you know, setting your budget based on your need. I mean, I just think you should look at everybody's individual home budget, because I can come up with a whole lot more need than I have revenue for in most years. And it's just not reality for anybody's situation. We have the ability as a government to raise taxes. Everybody doesn't have the ability in their own life to raise their salaries. And so it's just not a realistic way to look at things. And I think we have to put ourselves in the seat of the people that we represent when we make these decisions. And they don't have the ability to print money or just to come up with, you know, more revenue if their expenses increase. They have to figure it out. And so I think that's what we have to do. We have to figure it out. And then I want to remind y'all that in this last cycle, you know, even with paying for all of our normal expenses, even with a few enhancements like the ICS program, we were still able to put $50 million into our reserve fund for unexpected COVID expenses that we anticipated for this year without knowing we were going to get more federal relief. And so that says we're financially healthy. That says that we have revenue to deal with things that we need to do to keep our services going. We also have bonding capability if we decided to build a jail or some of these other large item expenses that I anticipate we're going to face. But we are very healthy, thanks to our sound management team over here, who have put us in a position where we do have options. And so I don't want the public to think that we have financial problems, because we do not. Fortunately, we are very healthy.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hausman. You know, I like to deal with facts. I don't like to sensationalize things and play with people's emotions. So let's hear some facts. Madam CFO, can you tell us when was the millage rate actually set for Fulton County? The last time?
Vice Chair, we are in the process now of meeting the advertising and public hearing requirements for the 2021 millage rate, which will be presented in its final form at the August 18th meeting.
And wasn't it last year in August when we set the millage rate the last time?
Yes, Commissioner.
So we were well into a pandemic when we set the millage rate the last time. Now, the other thing is that we're not asking the county manager to do anything and anything that he hasn't already done with his executive staff. He always presents a budget presentation. Not everyone up here would know that because they were not here at the time. But the county manager always presents a budget presentation. And in years past, he has presented a budget presentation that indicated all of the budget enhancement requests and services and programs needs across all the various departments. And Madam CFO assisted in allowing us to see how that would be paid for, whether if a millage rate increase was done, how much that would look like and everything. So it's not that anybody is asking them to do anything that they haven't already done before. Now, it was stated that 80% of the county's revenue, it comes from the tax digest and the millage rate. I would like to request from Dr. Ferdinand that he provide us with a presentation or a report on his tax collections. Dr. Ferdinand has met with me in past years as a commissioner, and he has met with the late Commissioner Joan Garner when I was chief of staff, and has spoken many times about the fact that there are revenues that we do not include in our budget that come at the beginning of the following year. So I'd like to hear his projections and his information on that. I think that'll also help with the facts of the conversation. And I think we need to hold this, definitely.
Commissioner Arrington? Motion is to hold.
Yeah, motion is to hold. I'm fine with holding. I would like to hear from our county manager, his thoughts on this. My intent was to get ahead a year because we're just now we're starting to set the one for 2021. So my intention was to try to get ahead a year so that we maybe not have those logistical and operational issues. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir. Briefly, you can get ahead a year, and it took me a while to understand this process, but if we brought a budget for 2022 and we show you all of the requests and you say we want to fund all of those requests, it's really then a math exercise to then say, what do we assume the base growth to be? And that would be the housing price trends that you're talking about, Vice Chair Hall. And then the last piece would be to instruct us to assume a millage rate that would cover all of those requests in 2022. Then we would start the year with the expectation that when you set the millage rate then in August of 2022, you're going to set a millage rate consistent with all of those needs to cover it by the end of the year, because that's when the collections actually occur, is between, whenever we get the bills out, but let's say between October and December, principally. So you could, in fact, set your millage rate consistent with whatever budget request had been made in the current calendar year, or for the upcoming current calendar year. So that can be done. So I think you can accomplish what you want to accomplish in terms of both seeing all of the needs, and then if you decide to fund all of the needs as identified, setting a millage rate correspondingly. You would just have to tell us that in January. Because the difference is we assume a millage rate consistent with what you set for the previous year. And when we do that, to your point, Commissioner Arrington, it does set a revenue expectation, which then we bring to the board our best judgment on, here are all the needs, to your point, Vice Chair Hall, and here's our recommendation, given that revenue estimate. But that revenue estimate does not have to be that if you told us in January we want to have a different millage rate set in August of the forthcoming year. That may be as clear as mud, but I have finally figured out you could definitely do it that way.
And a lot of this is also based on, number one, we have mandated services, right? And so, it's all, a lot of this is about how we prioritize. So I think we have to prioritize our mandated services, police, sheriff, DA, courts, jail, elections, prioritize those mandated services. And then we also have to look at people that are constitutional officers differently than we look at our departments, right? Where the county manager can have a lot more control, right? But we've got elected officials that are constitutional officers that are frankly higher than us, according to the state constitution. Clerk of Superior Court, sheriff. And so those people, I think we've got to look at those services and our mandated services first and base our budget off of those needs that are requested by those people and make sure that we have ample, and Commissioner Hall is right, and I think even Commissioner Hausman, there may be enough spread but we may not have to raise the millage rate because there may be enough spread because the value of the homes are increasing, okay? But we need to know that going into it. It doesn't need to be a blind or a look back decision. Oh, well, you know, we need to make sure we have secure enough resources to provide the services that we need to provide. And, you know, if there's that much left over, we can issue some refund checks, right? But we need to have the money in place to provide the services that we need. And if we've collected that much over than what we need, then we can issue refunds. I'm just saying it. I mean, if we collect an extra $1 billion, right? And it's too much money and we don't have to do it, we can refund that money. It's not that hard. I mean, but we got to make sure that we have everything that we need so that our DA doesn't have to come in here begging because she's about to have to let 1,500 rapists and murderers go. That should never occur. And our sheriff coming in here talking about the machine vehicles broke down on the side of the road and there's no backup. I mean, we have to make sure we have enough resources, people. And we got to focus more on our expenses and our needs than just basing our annual budgets off of revenue and what we think is coming in. So I look forward to holding this and having further discussions.
All right. One more time. This is coming back at the next meeting. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Chairman, thank you for indulging me. I will make it quick. Was there not a plan to have a 5-year millage rate, lowest possible? Educate me, County Manager,
Yes,
if I'm
ma'am.
incorrect.
We developed a 5-year view that assumed certain base growth and certain millage rate decline. And really, quite honestly, what we were trying to get to was revenue growth out of both of those calculations that would at least be 2 or 3% a year. Because what was happening previously was the board kept rolling the millage rate back and there wasn't much growth in the base, so therefore revenues were flat, even though costs were going up. So we truly then were trying to reduce cost. And for the strategic meeting that we have coming up next week, we're going to show over the last several years how that has worked. And I think you'll be able to see how both of those things work together to increase revenues. Not saying that it met all budget requests, but we have started to grow revenues where we had not been growing them before by doing that 5-year plan.
Okay, so it was a 5-year plan. I just wanted to make sure that I was correct. My final question would be to Hakeem. As it stands, and I know we're going to hold this, but just to educate myself so I can ask the question, as it stands, would this pose, as it is, operational issues, this resolution?
Commissioner Rahman, I think the county manager has said what kind of operational challenge that we will have with this resolution, and it does involve the fact that we do not get our digest until the budget is adopted. And by the time that we receive that digest, and if you've adopted the budget at a higher amount than what that digest will cover, then it can definitely result in a very, very high millage rate. But that's something that can be discussed further, at the next, anytime that this item come back forward.
Thank you, County Manager, and thank you, Hakeem, because I wanted all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the motion before us is to hold. Can we vote now, Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open. And the motion to hold passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item, please.
Bottom of page 12, 21-0581. Request approval of a resolution for Commissioners Arrington and Hall serving on the City of Atlanta Jail Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Colleagues, you obviously know that there was a resolution passed by Atlanta City Council to reach a resolution. Resolution was not reached as far as the Atlanta jail. We did today approve something with Cobb County that allows for an up-to expense. Obviously, it's a lot cheaper to transport people right over here than it is to transport them out to Cobb, so I believe we should still go forward. We're trying to meet with the city of Atlanta and trying to get something out of them, and I hope that you will support this.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to know, this is the actual Atlanta Jail Committee where we were supposed to have a certain amount of people that were on there from the City Council and a certain amount of people from the board. Do you know how many people from the City Council are going to be on it?
I do not recall the number of people from City Council, but I believe, Alton is indicating 3. And what was the number that they requested from the number of commissioners, Alton?
They asked for 3 and 3.
3 and 3.
That's correct.
Okay, so then if we need one more, if someone wants to volunteer to be
I would
the
like
third
to
one.
volunteer.
Awesome. So then that would friendly amendment would be accepted.
Thank
That
you.
would be our third member for that committee.
Okay. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would like to be the third one. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington.
Vice Chair Hall.
I was just going to ask, do we have a copy of the ordinance that they did creating the jail committee? Because I haven't seen it. Or Alton, maybe you?
Yeah, we have it somewhere. We got it
Yeah.
about a month or so ago. I don't.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up,
Okay,
Vice
if
Chair
you could
Hall, but
just-
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, and just email it to me. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, the motion is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote, please. And there's a friendly amendment adding Commissioner Abdul-Rahman to Arrington and Hall.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0582, request approval of a resolution to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to make certain provisions therein regarding decorum mandatory and to provide penalties for any violation and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioners Hausman, Hall, Ellis, and Morris.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and seconded by Commissioner Morris. Vice Chair Hall.
I think that we would be remiss in doing a decorum policy if we did not add a component for social media and virtual communications. This is specifically about, I'm sorry. Oh, well, it only has me in the queue. Go ahead.
All right.
Let her go,
Just a
'cause-
minute, guys. It's 3:30, it's getting late. However, the only person in the queue.
Let
at
her
the
go.
time
The
that
only
wa-
person in the queue was
Just a
me.
minute,
I'm
just a
sorry.
minute. Vice Chair Hall, you have the floor.
No. I don't want to
You
jump in
yield,
front
all
of.
right.
I'm
Vice Chair-
yielding
Just a
to.
minute, Vice Chair Hall will yield to Commissioner Hausman, the sponsor.
Thank you very much. I'll set it up, and then you can certainly speak, Commissioner Hall, because I will welcome your comments. I regret the need to even have this resolution, but because of what happened at the last meeting, the extensive passionate language that we experienced that unfortunately did have some vulgarity and name-calling. I felt the need to research this issue. We already have a decorum policy, which states, it's section 101-68, our decorum policy. All commissioners are expected to conduct themselves in a courteous and respectful manner. Commissioners seeking information from staff should do so within the confines of proper decorum and so forth. However, there are no process or penalties should someone violate the decorum policy during one of our meetings. As you know, we follow Robert's Rules of Order to conduct our meetings. Those rules require that if an incident occurs, that it must be addressed during the meeting when it occurs. This ordinance includes language that allows for a commissioner to raise an objection either at the meeting when it happens or the following meeting, and a process to address any concern if it is raised. And I want to thank Vice Chair Hall, Commissioner Morris, and Commissioner Ellis for co-sponsoring this resolution, and I ask for your favorable consideration. And now, Commissioner Hall, feel free to say what you wanted to add to it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I would never just jump in front of you, just going off of the queue. So I'm looking at this, and we're in a technology age now, and I know we're amending a decorum policy that was already in place, and I think we need to take it just a little bit further. In lieu of the fact that we do not have a social media policy, even though I know there have been, Commissioner Arrington requested it, I requested it, and we still don't have it. We do need to address that in this decorum policy because of the fact that we're in the technology age and we do have social media and virtual communications. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment to add those to this policy so that we can just go ahead and cover everything. While I am requesting that, Mr. County Manager, and I know Jessica was one of the people working on the social media policy along with the IT department, if you could please bring forward to us some type of recommendation for a social media policy as requested in previous years. But for today, I'm asking for a friendly amendment to add the social media and virtual communications.
Commissioner Hausman, do you accept it?
Well, I'm not sure exactly how, I agree we need a social media policy, first of all. We've talked about that before. I'm not sure how it fits into this policy because this is dealing with what happens at our meetings. So I need some advice on that.
Yeah, I would ask Madam County Attorney, I'm assuming you're discussing it with Geraldine, but I would ask Madam County Attorney if there's a way that you could include that into this decorum policy.
Or if it needed to be separate.
Or if it would need to be separate.
You can make a separate social media policy.
Okay, but this is dealing with commissioners.
So you can either include in the decorum section.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Social media policy, but generally, this decorum section is directed to meetings.
Right, and so you're saying that it can be done? It can be added into the decorum portion?
You could, although the decorum section generally deals with meetings, and a social media policy would not be a meeting. It would be sort of a, maybe it would be better as a resolution as opposed to including it in the ordinance, because this decorum policy is set forth in the Fulton County Code. It's an ordinance. And so you could do a resolution that is, a general civility resolution that says, as commissioners, we resolve to, and do something like that. But this decorum policy is directed specifically to conduct, not speech. And so, depending on what you wanted to put in a social media policy, that seems to tend more towards speech, which I would advise against because of the First Amendment. So you can deal with conduct, but we need to be careful when it comes to speech. So we could try to come up with something and bring it back for you all to discuss and see, you know, what you thought about it. But but we definitely would need to thoroughly look at that issue.
I'm glad you explained that, because if this deals only with conduct and not speech, then anyone can say anything they want to at a meeting, and it's all about the conduct, not the speech. Is that what you just said?
Well, the First
This is-
Amendment doesn't cover all speech. It doesn't cover like profanity. It doesn't cover, you know, words that incite violence. So, so there is a little bit of a difference, but this is directly, the requested change to the ordinance is in fact directed to conduct.
So
I'm
is
not
it,
sure if that.
so is
that
it
answers.
directed toward profanity? Is it directed toward name calling? Is it directed toward speech that is defaming?
Well, yes. What it is directed to is speech that would be vulgar, profane, or obscene, because that is not protected by the First Amendment. So those types of things would not be protected, but just in general speech, there wouldn't be a way for us to come up with a provision that would hamper one's ability to provide an opinion.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Since I have a very, very robust and large social media following, I would pose this to the county attorney. Board of Commissioner rules govern meetings, social media, and outside meeting comments. Should they be added to this, which I don't think legally they can be, could violate the First Amendment rights. Also, we're getting into a slippery slope, and I'm going to tell you why, in my opinion, it's a slippery slope. A commissioner, a sitting commissioner that is reporting to their following Board of Commissioners meetings that are public, everything that happens public is protected. If we venture into that area, then commissioners that get into arguments on social media with constituents would be considered maybe to violate the social media policy. So I would ask, first of all, would a social media policy added to this constitute a taking away of the right of freedom of speech from a constitutional perspective? And also, because Board of Commissioner rules govern meetings, social media and outside meeting comments could violate First Amendment protections. So before we go down that slippery slope, I don't have a problem with us having a social media policy. I think because I know of similar situations in other jurisdictions that were struck down because of the First Amendment. You can't incite violence. You can't say fire and other things. But we go on a slippery slope when we decide to put a social media policy in place that actually hampers the ability of freedom of speech as opposed to a Board of Commissioners rules that govern meetings. Because What about individuals that call us out on media for whatever reason, and then we decide to come up under what they say and respond to it? Could that be considered, something that may be against policy? So I would say to you, and I more importantly would say to my colleagues, that I don't have a problem with the Board of Commissioners rules that govern meetings, but I would have a very serious problem in the social media realm because it violates freedom of speech, and then it is subjective to who is doing that interaction at that time. So, County Attorney, I would like you to weigh in on that.
We can do some research into this area and provide you all with a memo on a social media policy and the First Amendment.
Thank you. Well, let me just ask you, to make sure I understand the facts, this particular resolution dealing with decorum governs the meetings only. Is that my understanding? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Let me just say this. For the most part, it's directed at decorum and procedural rules, because this comes under the county section on procedural rules for meetings. And so, yes, though for the most part, it's directed to meetings.
So let me rephrase that question then. If it's for meetings, would social media be considered a meeting?
Well, social media would not, but to the extent that you all wanted to amend this and change it, you could do that.
Would we be against freedom of speech if we were to do that?
Not necessarily. It sort of depends on what the speech was and the context of the speech and how the social media policy was written.
So should this board adopt that today, would it have to be broad?
Would it have to be broad?
If you're trying to argue, because my understanding there is a social media that wants to be added to this today, and I don't know that it can be added, or should it be separate? Because upon my reading of it, doesn't look like it can be added.
Well, my understanding was that I was going to provide you all with information on a social media
So it's not going to
policy.
be added today, Chairman?
It's my understanding it's not today.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
I'm not going to support this. In my mind, it's too subjective. We just heard from the county attorney that this is targeted towards conduct and not speech. It also appears it was targeted towards me and the language that I used at the last meeting. What is vulgar to one person may not be vulgar to the other. It's too subjective. What is conduct to one person might be speech to another. What is speech to one person might be conduct to yet another person. Further, it doesn't include or have a provision for what happened today. I came back and apologized. So there's no way that I can support this because it doesn't allow for self-correction. So I'm not going to be supporting this. And, you know, I was going to perhaps use some conduct to respond. But I'm just not going to be able to support this.
Okay. So, Commissioner Houseman, does your resolution include staff of of commissioners? If it doesn't, staff members, yes, it should. If it doesn't,
Well, a staff member should conduct themselves in a public meeting with decorum as well, yes, but no, it doesn't spell out staff members.
or can we include it include staff members? If you're saying it should.
I would ask the attorney again if that would apply.
The board can certainly have rules of decorum that apply to commissioners, the public, staff members. So you can.
In the legislation that's before us, can it be written to include staff members of commission?
I think it can because this is procedural rules for meetings.
So if
and
it
it's not-
can, would you accept
so
that?
meetings
I
in-
would accept it as if the attorney says that it's appropriate.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right, back to Vice Chair Hall and back to Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I want to thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for what you said. That's one of the reasons why I asked the question about the difference between the conduct and the speech and what are we exactly covering here, because it can be subjective. And if it's not clear to me on exactly how this is going to address overall decorum, if we're not including speech and making this a little more clear about conduct, because like you said, conduct to one person can be characterized as being negative and not to another. Like a female like me, I grew up with all male cousins. So as you could imagine, I saw some conduct that as growing up as little girls and little boys, that was, you know, not what you would expect. But for me, it was what I grew up seeing, and it's okay. But to another female who did not grow up in an environment like that, it would not be okay. So so it's too subjective. We do need to hold it and go back to the drawing board and make it more clear and add in the things that we have discussed here today. And so I would actually like to make a motion to hold it and then kind of flesh it out a little bit more, and adding also what the chairman has asked to add, the commissioner's staff. And I'd also like to add the part about how do you address if the person in question comes back and does apologize. I do think we need that in there as well. Because if we're going to have, I saw a line in here that said a public reprimand, then we need to have a line that addresses if the subject actually comes back and does a public apology. I think that's fair.
Is that a substitute?
Yes, sir.
All right, a substitute to hold. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded to hold. Let's, yeah.
Okay, I was next in the queue, Chairman. Do you mind?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Houseman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Substitute motion before us is to hold.
Okay, I just want to go on record that I do agree with Commissioner Arrington. It's extremely subjective. Additionally, it allows the same people who may be offended to bring the charges and set the violation. Thirdly, it also says to include employees and staff But as a board member who's duly elected, that is subjected to certain things that my staff wouldn't be, if my staff gets out of line, and I clearly would not, tolerate any disrespect by my staff, but am I to be held for what my staff did? Is the staff going to be held to that, or will I be held to that? I just think, we need to table this because there's too many gray areas. Arrington came back and he apologized. And so does that mean under this, if this was still in place, he would be fined, even though he did apologize? And so I think this is too broad. I think to include staff, am I responsible for my staff doing it? Does my staff gets penalized? Staff is not elected. The Board of Commissioners are. So I think we got too many shades of gray. I agree that it should be tabled, but I also think that everyone on here should work collaboratively to make sure everything's included. Because to be honest with you, I have been very vocal about quite a few different things, and I have had a sitting commissioner to cuss me out on my cell phone. Is that to be added in with decorum? I didn't respond to it, but is that to be added in as decorum? Because they didn't like what I said. I didn't curse when I said it. It was an opinion that I had, but I retrieved a message while I was being cursed out. So it is too broad as we have it. So I think collectively as a body, I will be more than happy to see what the consensus is, as long as we do not get into a slippery slope or use this to silence someone's right to be able to have their freedom of speech. Thank you.
Commissioner Hausman.
Okay, I said at the outset of my comments that I regretted that I felt the need to bring this forward, and I still feel that way. I think what we're forgetting here is the image that we project during our meetings impacts the entire impression people have of Fulton County. I take that very seriously. And if you look on page 5 of this document, it's pretty clear about what would qualify as rising to the level of needing to be discussed as a violation of decorum. I don't think that anybody up here wants to silence a commissioner's opinion. Your opinions are valid. Your opinions represent the community that elected you to be here. And I certainly want to hear them as I'm making decisions on behalf of the 1.1 million folks that live in Fulton County. But sometimes there's a line that's crossed. And I can't tell you that in my 11 years of being on this commission that I've ever received as many comments about a meeting that we've had as I did from the last meeting. And I talked to many of you who told me that they were experiencing the exact same thing. So we can let this lie if that's what y'all want to do. We can let it sit. We cannot take any action that tells the public that we know that we should conduct ourselves professionally and that we understand that we represent the largest county in the Southeast and that we should do so accordingly. Or we can act on it. That's your call. I personally feel like we owe it to the public to say that what happened at the last meeting is not acceptable behavior. And it's not the image that we want to have out there about Fulton County. I appreciate the apology. I've made mistakes. It's different when you make a mistake in private than when you make it in public. And I think when things happen in public, it's our duty to act on it and to say if it's acceptable or not. And that's all I'm trying to do is protect the image of Fulton County with this ordinance.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Hausman. It is different when you do something in public than when you do something in private. And I want to go back to address about the staff being added in. I don't know about any of the staff here, but I know when I was coming in as a Chief of Staff to the late Fulton County Commissioner Joan Garner. I had to go through orientation, and part of that orientation was ethics class. And during that ethics class, it was made very clear to those staff of the elected officials that you have to be very careful what you do publicly, and that included your emails, your social media, virtual communications. As the staff of an elected official, you could be an ethical violation based off of your conduct publicly. And so staff does need to be included, and I think that social media and virtual communications also needs to be included because it's all public facing.
All right, anyone else? The motion before us is to hold. Anyone else want to be heard on the motion to hold? If not, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, the motion to hold fails. Back to the main motion, which is to approve. Let's vote. Approve with the friendly amendments, yes.
What, can you sound what the amendment is, please, just so I can be clear?
You accepted the friendly amendment to add staff.
I just wanted to be clear about it. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, and I would say that if it is staff behavior in a public Board of Commissioners meeting, it would apply.
No. What did you say, Commissioner?
Well, we're talking about conduct during our public Board of Commissioners meetings. So anything would be limited to what happens in a public Board of Commissioners meeting. So if there's staff conduct that's inappropriate in that setting, yes, it should be included in this.
Well, my intent, though, in offering the friendly amendment was not limited to just a meeting.
But that's what this ordinance is talking about, is our meetings.
I'm confused because if that's the case, Chairman, and I understand where you're... I'm confused because I understand what you're saying, Chairman. What I don't quite understand, if it's a meeting here and the staff says something unprofessionally, I can understand that. But if the employee, say the employee of a commissioner says something about another commissioner on their Facebook page or on a Zoom meeting, it's still subjective. So I still think we're still rushing. I still think that we need to table this and let the county attorney come to us with what we should do, because we're still going into a slippery slope. Chairman, I agree with you. I agree with you on it. But my concern is if we say an employee pretty much at all times outside of the meeting, then we're going into a slippery slope.
Well, my friendly amendment was, as I intended, it was
Okay.
not accepted.
Okay,
So
all right.
It's not attached, but although I feel very strongly about it, but it was not
Okay.
accepted.
And I'm
So-
not saying you're not right, I just don't know that
understand.
it applies in this
I understand.
particular ordinance.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just needed
We
clarification.
may have to approach staff in another way. All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Well, nobody would work for me that would badmouth another.
And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention.
All right, next item. All right, just a minute, just a minute.
I said abstention, yes.
Vice, she abstained. So it still failed, correct?
Correct.
All right, next item.
On page 13, 21-0583, Hospital Authority of Fulton County. The Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority of Fulton County re-elected Dr. Lawrence B. Stone, Mark J. Sweeney, Dr. Alvin L. Sermons for terms ending April 1st, 2025.
Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. County Manager's presentation and discussion items. 21-0584, Real Estate and Asset Management, request discussion of options and approval to authorize the county manager and the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management to complete due diligence and lease negotiations and bring back for final Board of Commissioners approval.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I know that we are toward the end of the day, and so we will make this quick, but it is a critical decision that we need direction on. And before turning it over to Joe and Tim to provide details, I do want to give a little bit of context. This is related to the warehouse options that are currently before us that we would like for the Board of Commissioners to give us direction on. Specifically, the district attorney referenced this item at the last meeting, so I want to make sure that I state up front that we have been in discussions with the district attorney about her warehouse needs. We were simultaneously in pursuit of a consolidated warehouse that would meet the entire county's needs. Particularly in this market, I'd like to commend Tim as well for identifying warehouse space that would not just meet the county's needs to consolidate our warehouse options, but it would also address both the sheriff's as well as the district attorney's evidence needs. And as Tim will explain, the facility, which is 900,000 feet, can be constructed in a way where everyone has no access to anyone else's a warehouse space. So we have the ability to do the build out in such a way that everybody will have secure space, but I do want to acknowledge the fact that we were pursuing those different paths and have come across what we view as a fork in the road because the solution that Tim identified enables us to meet a countywide need and not have a separate facility. So we do need direction from the board to determine whether or not we should pursue one versus the other option. Joe?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Davis.
Sorry. I was going to say, let's summarize. You don't need a dissertation now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually going to just turn it over to Mr. Diamond, who's going to walk you through a presentation that briefly summarizes the effort, the considerations that we had to take into consideration for the decisions that we made.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim Diamond, Deputy Director for Real Estate. This will be a short presentation. Next slide, please. So the consolidated option is option A. It was procuring a warehouse capable of consolidating all 7 of our planned warehouses into a single location. Our requirements were that it had to be already constructed and available, or to be able to be available during the first quarter of 2022 to accommodate the needs for elections. It was to give us an ability to provide for future expansion and to identify qualified options with favorable and economic terms. As the Madam Chief Operating Officer said, we simultaneously were in discussions with the DA about a separate warehouse for her evidence combined with the sheriff for approximately 32,000 square feet that needed to be already constructed and available. Next slide, please. So the challenges in today's market, the warehouse market is the hottest market in commercial real estate. Record levels of market activity, current prices and demands and competition. If we were to purchase or to try to build the facility, it would easily be in the neighborhood of $90 per square foot. When we began, we started with approximately 18 sites to which we issued 9 RFPs and discussions. In the screening process, we evaluated developers, their willingness to accept the county lease termination, legal requirements to terminate at the end of every year, building and expansion capabilities, the leasing and economic terms, and the site availability and timing. Next slide, please. This is a simple consolidated summary of the warehouses. Between the 2 of them, as Madam COO said, one would be separate. The consolidation would allow us to consolidate all of our needs into one warehouse that could be defined individually. It's an open box, tailored to each of the respective agencies. The advantage for the consolidation is it does allow us to consolidate all of evidentiary space on behalf of law enforcement into a single facility. However, if the need and it is the will of the board, we can have the separate warehouse for the sheriff and the DA. Next slide, please. So this is a financial summary projected over the next 10 years of occupancy cost. The top line is for all of our current facilities, our renewing those facilities, as well as extending for the current needs for the election to help them meet the operations. That would be $64 million. Option A is the consolidation of the warehouses from 7 into 1, and that would be $57 million over the 10-year term. And option B is if we were to do the consolidation and the standalone for the sheriff's office, it would be $61 million over that same 10-year term. So in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, that's the
Thank you. I
presentation,
appreciate
and we're
the-
looking for your guidance.
I appreciate that. Your motions to approve, which one? Okay. Vice Chair Hall has a question, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation. So in looking at this, it appears that the district attorney and the sheriff specifically want their warehouse to be separate because is it evidence that they're going to store in it?
Commissioner Hall, both the district attorney as well as the sheriff are using their consolidated space based on what they've shared with us for evidence. I do believe the county manager has had a conversation with the sheriff, and he is actually very open to the space that we are consolidating to. And just for the board's knowledge and awareness, we have to move to that consolidated space regardless. And so the option really is not one or the other. It's, are we going to do the consolidated space and meet the DA's and the sheriff's needs, which we can, or are we going to do the consolidated space and in addition to that, do another space to keep them separate outside of it?
So, okay, so my question is, are they requesting that they have a separate warehouse of their own?
I think the district attorney is, the sheriff is not.
Okay, the district attorney is, but the sheriff is not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and the district attorney, hers is for evidence as well. So what is the reason behind needing a separate warehouse?
So the reason that has been provided to us by the district attorney is that she is currently investigating someone who would be co-located in that space. But I mean, I frankly would have two responses to that. One, again, I believe that Tim can attest to us being able to build out the facility where there is no access by other participants to the district attorney's space. And I mean, the second question that it begs from my standpoint is, if that's the case, then we probably should not consolidate the district attorney with anybody, including the sheriff, because a year from now, she may be investigating the sheriff, but who knows? So that would just be my response to that. And again, we're just looking for the board's direction because there's a significant additional cost to not fit the district attorney within the 900,000 square feet that we would have available.
Madam Vice Chair, I
Yes.
would also add that we would be able to design the inside of the warehouse to meet the same level of standards and requirements at either warehouse in terms of evidence. We've been working very closely with the DA and the sheriff. We understand those needs. They have security requirements, and those security requirements could be met at both warehouses.
Okay, well, I think that the sheriff and the DA should be responsible, and they have the authority to request what they need based on how they need to carry out their duties and responsibilities by law. And that may be very different from what we think or feel, but we need to allow them to let us know what they need as it relates to doing their job. And so I don't think there's anyone here that can tell them what they need to do to carry out those duties and responsibilities. So if the DA is saying that she needs a completely separate warehouse because it's based on her need for how she utilizes that warehouse, I think that we need to listen to that. and don't put them in a situation that may violate or create some security issues, because it sounds like they really they need some serious security as it relates to their particular warehouse. Hold on one second. This is a lot of stuff to read. I've been trying to, and see, this is why, you know, nobody specializes in their area but them. That's why they're elected to their area. Let's see. So the sheriff needs separate space, just like the DA. Is that what you said? Or you said he doesn't need it?
Well, I'm just referencing conversations that the sheriff has had offline with the county manager.
Okay.
But the space itself is teed up to co-locate both the sheriff as well as the district attorney.
Okay, because from my understanding, he needs a separate location for evidence, but not for the actual storage part of the warehouse. So I think you might need to go back and have another conversation with him, because that is my understanding. He needs a separate location for evidence, but not for the actual storage part of the warehouse. So I don't think this is ready for prime time. Maybe we need to hold this, make a motion to hold it so we can get it right.
Second.
All right, the motion to hold by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, is that correct?
Yes.
Motions to hold. You want to be heard? All right, so Commissioner Erickson, you want to be heard on the motion to hold? Commissioner Hausman, and then Commissioner Morris on the motion to hold.
Yeah, I think, I'm happy to be heard. I think Commissioner Abdul-Rahman is in front of me.
I just think that we should, and I'll make it brief. I'll make it brief as possible. I think that we should not take this lightly. And I think that even though I do have concerns with the lease as opposed to a purchase, but I also have concerns as to us making decisions that could possibly have us liable down the road. You know, when we're looking at possible state takeovers, when we're looking at, you know, individuals that may be charged, we don't know, but they may be elected officials or previously elected officials. I know based on what we have went through in our dealings with the SB 202 and what we're going through now, nobody has a crystal ball and can look down the road and say, oh, we won't be liable. And so I think in this particular case, we need to tread lightly and allow further discussion, especially with our constitutional officers, to make sure that what's proposed in front of us is the correct and viable options. So I definitely think we need to hold this.
Commissioner Arrington?
You know, I'm wondering why we don't have the DA and sheriff here to talk about this. I know at the last meeting we said they were going to be invited back. Obviously, they know when our meetings are. They could have been here, but certainly I think the onus is on us to make sure if we have an agenda item that includes them, that we make sure that they know to be here so that they can address it as well. Additionally, the sheriff is a constitutional officer. Let's go look up constitutional officers. The only thing we have the power to do is to give him his budget. And after we give him his budget, he's got complete control. So let's be very careful that we don't overstep our bounds. District attorney, I know they do grand jury proceedings and that those are done in secret. I don't know if that is one of the things that might be done at the location, but if you can't, you know, you can't be in the same building with someone and do something secretly. They're gonna know you there. So we might need to have further conversations. And this is also why it's important to build relationships and not make them jump through hoops on HR-related stuff, because then now when we need them to come in so we can help save $4 million, we have no trust. We lost all our trust on HR and finance. So now they don't want to have anything to do with us. That's why it's important for us to work together. It's essential that we work together. Sometimes we're gonna need them and sometimes they're gonna need us. But when we're not there for them, how can we expect them to be there for us? We gotta hold this.
Commissioner Hausman?
I agree with you, Commissioner Arrington. And I'm looking at this administrative order that is compelling us to make this, move, and it's from April of 2017. It's not like that was last week. So I think that it makes sense for them to be separate. The numbers don't look good for having that opinion on this piece of paper. Seems like we could be owning these facilities, not leasing them. I think that there's ways to accomplish this that might suit them and might long-term be a better financial decision for the county.
I certainly understand the nature of all the questions. I would say to the purchase, nobody is selling warehouse right now. I mean, we've got and are working on an option to be able to incorporate a purchase option in it, but nobody is out selling warehouse right now because it's so impressive to the market and the market caps are there that people are holding on to it because they know the value of it. So unfortunately, we couldn't go out and purchase a warehouse that is constructed. We could purchase a piece of land, but then that would probably be a 2 to closer to a 3-year runway to try to build the facility.
Well, I think this should be held and make sure we're making the right decisions.
Mr. Chairman, could I offer
Yes.
maybe a path forward? Recall that the primary driver for this overall consolidation is not just cost, it's to get elections all in one place. So in that particular vein, really, time is of the essence. Number two, the district attorney is not going to change her mind as it relates to being separate. I think she feels very strongly that she should be separate. And if that's the will of this group, then I think it's a pretty straightforward decision that holding it doesn't add any value to. In other words, if you give us direction today that you think 2 solutions are best because of the necessity to be separate, then I think we'll proceed on down that path. She'll be more satisfied with that solution. We'll have slightly more cost, but not material probably in the grand scheme of things. So I would prefer if you make a decision today, which sounds like the will of the group, to go down a path that has the primary warehouse and a secondary one for the DA. And if the sheriff wants to be in that location, he can be. And I don't know about what Vice Chair Hall raised. That may be it. Part of his operation may be in there, but where he maintains his uniforms and the like could be in the other one for that matter. But that'd be a detail to work out. But I don't think anyone will be satisfied with you just simply delaying it, and I don't think you'll have any different information.
So, Mr. Manager, let me ask, I'm sorry, Commissioner Morris.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask the question about time sensitivity, and you responded to that, I think. I'm not sure it's my will to have the 2. I still don't quite understand why the district attorney thinks she needs a separate facility. Could you address that again, Ms. Roach?
What has been conveyed to us so far, and the district attorney, in all fairness, may have additional reasons, but what has been conveyed to us as the principal reason is the fact that she has been requested to investigate an organization or a person that is co-located within that facility. Now, again, we have plenty of ways to mitigate that.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could do separate security. You could probably do separate entrances, right?
That's correct. They would have
with
separate
walls that totally separated. So I'm still wrestling with that. I hate to think we got 900,000 square feet and most of it wouldn't be used, and we go rent some more space somewhere. So I'm not of that mind. I hear my colleagues, they may be, but I'm not.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
With all due respect, the DA is not here. The DA, from a legal perspective, is looking at liability issues for Fulton County. And so I know that the COO and the county manager are tasked with things that they need to do that they think are best, and I'm not questioning that. What I am trying to pretty much, and I'm not trying to belabor the point, but when a very seasoned, very has a very good track record in the DA's office until she was elected DA. And if she tells me that this will be a liability, I want to, lend to her expertise as opposed to the county manager and the COO. So with all due respect, Commissioner Morris, in absence of her being here, we are tasked with either holding this or going about what she has. I know she has said to me on more than 2 or 3 different occasions, and she has given me information as to why she's making that request. And so what I would just say to my colleagues today, including what the county manager, if we don't want to hold it, then we need to just honor the request. Here again, she is the DA. She is the one that was elected. She is the one that sounded the alarm. She is the one that duly knows what would be a liability issue if we go other than what she asked. So I just want us to think about that.
And Mr. Chairman, we brought it back today under the direction of both the DA and the board. So we didn't bring it back knowing she wouldn't be here or that the sheriff wouldn't be here. We were explicitly told at the last meeting, make sure it's on the agenda. So we brought it forward. And then the second component is we're here requesting direction. Of course, ideally, we could fit in the 900,000 square feet. But if it is the desire of the board and the desire of the DA to have a separate facility, that's exactly what we will go forward and execute. We're here asking for the board's direction, that's all.
I think that's the direction. I don't know if we need to undo the hold but the fact that there's a hold means that we're not willing to go forward, at least with the big one. And we've got specific requests from a constitutional officer and a DA that they want separate place. So to me, the direction to staff would be to do that, whether we go forward with the hold or not. It seems that, and the reason people are saying hold, because maybe they'd like to, maybe there's a way, fiscally, what Commissioner Morris is saying is absolutely right, right? If we can save $4 million, let's try to save $4 million. But if the DA is saying there's no way because she's got to investigate some people that might be in the same building, then, I think we just have to go a separate way. But we can either take a vote on the hold or a vote on the original.
What about a substitute motion for
Just a
both?
minute. The motion on the floor is to hold. And Mr. Manager, Madam CO, your recommendation is A, is that correct? I know you have 2 options now. Is your recommendation A or the A and B?
That's our recommendation.
Your recommendation is A. Let's be real clear. Your recommendation is A. You and the COO, is that
Yes.
correct?
That's correct, because
All
it
right.
represents 5% of the space that we're going to be taking.
It's a single location, and you can accommodate the needs of the DA and the sheriff in A with total privacy for this one case that she's looking at. You can put Fort Knox in there. It's that large. Now, the motion before us is to hold. And I have, as I told y'all earlier, I have a 4:30 hard stop.
All right, just very quickly. A is to do a single location, and it was made very clear to me by the sheriff that he needed a separate location, not housed in the same building as the county is trying to do, which is A. And so that goes against what that has been requested by the sheriff, who is the constitutional officer. Now, the DA is not listed as a constitutional officer, but has requested that her part of the warehouse be separate. Now, what that separate means, I don't know. I just know that the sheriff actually said he needs a totally separate building. And he said that his conversations with the DA were that because they're both for evidence, for both of them, they could have their own separate warehouse where the two of them are located, separate from this single location that the county wants. And so that is why I asked to hold it, because A does not fit into what the constitutional officer has requested and the district attorney. And so I think we need to hold it, resolve it, come back with the correct language.
All right, let's just,
Mr. Chairman, if I might, option B would allow you to do the consolidation and the separate warehouse for the DA, and the sheriff they have.
yeah, we understand that, but the
Okay.
manager's recommendation and the CO's recommendation is A, period. Can't have it both ways, it's A.
Yes, but the item before us, Mr. Chair, is a discussion item that asks us to choose A or B. And so,
You're correct.
although their recommendation might be A, the matter that is before us is A or
So
B.
let's dispose of the motion before us as a whole. Let's dispose of that.
Well, I could withdraw my second if we get to because they're saying they need direction, so I'll withdraw my
Your
second.
motion is to hold.
Yes, so,
I'll second the motion to hold.
oh,
He withdrew his second.
Yeah, I did that so we could
thought you
vote on
withdrew
A
so
or
we
B.
Yeah, I thought you did that,
Just so
so,
you could get out of here.
Okay, let's do it.
okay, so wait. So he withdrew his second to allow us to vote on A or B. Tim has actually said that B is the solution. It gives a separate warehouse for the DA and the sheriff. Is that correct?
So withdraw your.
Is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am,
Yes.
that's correct.
All right, so I withdraw my hold, and we will vote on either A or B.
You just put B up.
B.
B.
We'll vote on B.
All right, Arrington,
So,
let's do it this way.
substitute motion to vote on B.
You're gonna
I
vote to
second.
approve B?
Yes.
All right,
And I
seconded
second.
by Arrington. All right, that's what's before us. Let's vote. Madam Clerk? And how long is that gonna
One
take? I'll
moment.
do a hand vote, a voice vote.
The vote is open
All
for
right.
option B.
There's motion to hold on mine.
All right, this is not complicated. What's before it? The motion is to accept recommendation B. In favor of B, raise your right hand. Those opposed to B, raise your right hand. It fails. On the
Held
mo-
anyway.
I'll make a motion to hold. All right, if you're in favor of the motion to hold, raise your right hand.
I mean, I raised my hand, but it's gonna be held anyway
It's
because it
failed.
didn't
All right,
pass.
it's failed. All right, thank you. You got it. That failed.
Madam Clerk, sound the next item, please.
Bottom of page 13, Commissioners' presentation and discussion items, 21-0528. Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, June 17th, 2021 meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Madam Vice Chair, this is just the meeting summary of the minutes of the actions taken by the Invest Atlanta Board at its last meeting. If you see anything you'd like any more information about anyone, I'll be happy to try to get that for you from the staff. Thanks.
Thank you. No, seeing no questions, Madam Chair, will you move to the next item and sound the next item, please? Madam Clerk, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're going to skip over Chairman Pitts' item. And
Actually, I just asked the chairman, he said he's fine for this presentation to be made. It's really an update
Yeah.
on the status of the Fulton County Police Department.
Okay, 21-0530, presentation and discussion, future of Fulton County Police Department, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
And Madam Vice Chair, we can go through this fairly quickly. The chairman raised a question that he had been confronted with about whether or not we will be continuing, given the passage of the legislation annexing a portion of the industrial boulevard to the city of South Fulton, whether we would be continuing with a police force. And so this is simply a brief update, and Chief Yates will do the principal portion of it. I just had a few remarks for starters. Next slide. Okay. Commissioners, as you know, our police department principally has three primary responsibilities following the annexation of a portion of the Fulton Industrial Boulevard District. One, it involves legacy policing services that will be provided to all unincorporated areas, including the small unincorporated area north of I-20 that still remains unincorporated with the passage of that legislation, as well as the entirety of the area that is incorporated as a consequence of us having perpetual unincorporated status for the Fulton County Airport. And I do want to highlight the what's in the box there at the bottom, that although the majority of the land was annexed to the city of South Fulton as a part of the legislation which passed earlier this year, the small portion that remains represents 30% of the calls to service for public safety. So still a significant amount of policing of legacy services will occur in that small area in addition to the area that remains unincorporated. The other area that I think is of significance to this board are our Fulton County government facilities. We've principally, and still do principally, use contract security in order to provide security at our buildings. But I hope over the last year and also in the future, you will continue to see an increase of presence of Fulton County police officers for the security of the public that visits our buildings, of our employees, as well as our elected officials. So that, again, remains a responsibility of the Fulton County Police Department. And the chairman knows because he serves on this committee, but there are also regional services that continue to be provided by our Fulton County Police Department. Our Urban Area Security Initiative, which we affectionately, I guess, call UASI, their involvement in regional terrorism prevention and all of the assets that have been awarded to the police department for the use of our region for that purpose continues to be under the purview of the chief and his team. And the last bullet there highlights some of the things that we have leveraged our police department to do over the last, in particular, 6 to 12 months. And that includes election security, and when a threat has been presented to our elected official, the ability to be able to provide executive protection in that regard. So we do still have plenty of purview that our police department has. Our police department is here to stay and still has all of the authority that comes with the state statute that provides for it. So look forward to hearing from Chief Yates now on some of the operational components of his organization. Next slide, please.
That's the last slide.
Okay, we're not gonna.
Okay. So good morning, Wade Yates, Chief of Police. So this is a representation of the full-time equivalencies and how we're moving them. So as the policing, the traditional policing decreases, we're moving those folks over to the security component. Over the last 2 years, we've been upgrading security both in this building and 129 other county facilities, mainly adding cameras and access control. We did add 7 FTEs for the security component of police officers 2 years ago, and this just helps us get more people, more police officer presence into our county facilities. You'll notice that next year we plan a reduction in the security guard services because with the addition of 17 FTEs of sworn law enforcement, we're able to cut some of those positions. Next slide. So as you can see, while we're shifting monies from 301 previously into 100, we're not asking for any additional budget sums. We're just going to lose some of the income from the 301 area, being the smaller footprint, and so we're asking that that move into Fund 100, and we are reducing FTEs as a total. The chairman had also asked for me to highlight our public safety training facility, so if we could go back to that slide about the Public Safety Training Center. One more, right here. Okay. So our Public Safety Training Center serves 7,200 students every year. That does not mean that 7,200 students are in there the whole time. Some classes are only a day long, 8 hours. Some classes are as long as 11 weeks. So the total number of actual students going through there is 7,200. The firing range has 5,200 students a year. Obviously, that's more students total than all of the police departments in Fulton County. And the reason is because we have 52 different agencies that utilize either the academy, the range, or both. We have federal partners, state partners. Some of our federal partners actually assist with finances to do upgrades in our range service. Atlanta, Alpharetta, City of South Fulton, DeKalb use our EVOC for driver training. That is one service that's not offered at every regional academy. And again, our largest federal partner is Federal Protective Services, and they are the ones that spent over $100,000 several years ago to increase the capacity of the range, basically double it in size. So we have a front range that serves 12 lanes, and now we have a back range that also serves 12 people.
So that, Madam Vice Chair, is basically the summary we wanted to provide to assure the board that our police department is here to stay and has a huge area of responsibility. Just by way of an update with regarding the Public Safety Training Center, as you recall, Commissioners, you did approve us pursuing a bond, a FACURA bond, in order to execute the projects along the FIB corridor and upgrading the Public Safety Training Center for Chief Yates and his team to continue to run this significant program, clearly of regional impact, was within that bond. And so right now, Tim is working on identifying our sites. We are secure on 2 sites so far. One where we will be putting our classroom part of the campus, and then another location for the driving range as well as the firing range. And so we look forward to hopefully breaking ground on that very soon as we close on those bonds. If you have any questions, we're happy to address them.
Commissioner Morris?
Thank you. Thanks. Could we go back to the very first slide? No, I'm sorry, that one right there. The little box in blue, 30% of calls to service 30% of all crime. In what area? Not the county, obviously, the old FID?
No, sir. So when we look at crime traditionally on Fulton Industrial, it's centered right at I-20 and Fulton Industrial Boulevard. And so when we lost half of that, or from I-20 down, there's a lot of real estate south on Fulton Industrial that doesn't have any crime. It basically stops at around Marvin Miller Drive. So that big center of crime represents 30% north of I-20. 30% of calls to service out of the whole, what we had before the legislation, 30% of all calls to service and 30% of crime was north of I-20. So that small, as the CO refers to it as the cheese slice, is 30% of what we had in total.
What you had.
Correct.
With the old.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was my question. And then on the training center, do we get any revenue from those 52 agencies that use it?
We do not. So at one point in time, we got state revenue, and that stopped about 10 years ago, is my understanding. So what we require is if your agency is going to participate in the academy program, that you provide instructors. So basically, we are administering the academy, but for instance, if you wanted us to teach a class to your officers, we would ask you to provide instructors for all of those classes. We would ask you to provide someone to proctor the exams, things like that. So we are administering the academy, but all of the teachers come from all of the people that use.
So those classes don't cost us anything other than the cost of the facility itself?
The
There's some
facility
costs.
and the small footprint of staff that runs the day-to-day operation, the academy director, some administrative folks and things like that.
Okay, thank you. It'd be maybe a nice thing if they paid us a little rent for using it, but I understand. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. And I have a couple of questions. What is the actual makeup of the training facility instructors and the stats on the graduates? Because I didn't really see that, and I don't have this presentation, so I haven't had a chance to really study it and see exactly what it's saying, because my thought was that I keep being told that we only have 1 mile of unincorporated Fulton County left. And so I'm thinking, how many people are we actually policing? How many residents? And should the police department just become absorbed into the sheriff's department since it's such a small unincorporated area? Because they do need more officers and they need more staff. That would eliminate the need for all this hiring that is being said that is going wrong. I mean, they could easily get the an increase in staff through consolidating. So I'm really like, I gotta really get the information.
So we did provide this presentation several meetings ago, Vice Chair Hall. I think that's why it may have been lost, because the item has been held. We didn't update the presentation. It's been previously provided. I'll put it that way. And in terms of the staff and
It was previously provided in an email to our office?
I think it was on the
Because
agenda.
Hakeem said earlier that he was providing the underruns report to the offices, and I checked during the break, and we haven't received one of those underrun reports since November of last year. And so you're saying now that this is something that was provided, and I still haven't seen it.
Okay. We can certainly provide a copy to you before the end of the day, Commissioner.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Hausman.
Thank you for waiting all day. And thank you for what you do to provide security for us in this building and multiple other facilities that's outlined in the report. So I think you still are vital to the operations of Fulton County. We really appreciate what you bring to Fulton County. And so I'm glad to see that that's going to continue. I see no reason to change. I wish I'd gone out to the night out last night and seen the helicopter. And I know that things like that we provide value to our partners when they need assistance, is vital to them too. So, and I know you do back up in various SWAT things and whatever that might need on certain occasions. So just keep up the good work, keep your guys safe, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Hausman, and I would also say the same sentiments that we are thankful and grateful for our police department, but I do have constituents that have asked numerous questions about the current state of the police department, the area that's unincorporated, and it is my duty as their elected official to make sure that those questions get answered. But thank you for all the service that you provide and the continued service that you're providing.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
You're welcome. All right, anything else, Mr. County Manager? All right, so we don't have a quorum anymore. Motion to adjourn. Anyone have any objections? No objections, hearing none, then we are adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.